At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
That is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another week of the ESL Premiership powered by Intel. We are getting into week number 6 here, the nitty gritty. The playoffs are just on the horizon for these teams. It's about to get really spicy this evening, but of course I am not alone in this endeavour. I am joined by the ever wonderful Michael Yumi Cassidy. How are you feeling this week, my friend?
Yeah, I'm good. I was here last week. I did fill in for Horus. Got to meet and see Dinko again. So happy to be back for another week of the Premiership, especially because we're into that, like you said, the nitty-gritty. This is where a lot of this, every single result from, I mean, it's mattered throughout the weeks, but now I suppose it does start to dawn on you, especially if you've not had the best season, just how poorly position you're in.
Yeah, indeed. Before we get fully into that, of course, we've got to take a little look at what happened last week as well. So here, of course, are the results on your screen. And, you know, some really close games in there. Bar that first one, Pensioners saw a little bit of it on social media. Kind of backfired for them picking Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a surprise pick in that it went to Vertigo in the first place, but then they started off well, they seemed to have a bit of momentum, and then all of a sudden Endpoint just kind of clicked in. We're like, yeah, you know what, you've had your fun, we're over it. But I mean, overall last week, the map pool in general was a bit strange from what you would typically expect. You expect to see maybe a Mirage, maybe an Overpass, and Inferno, which we only saw Barrage out of those three, and instead we have Nuke and Train, which, like you said, ended up being quite close.
Yeah, for sure, and a lot of firsts on there, you know, the teams picking up their first wins and whatnot, so really interesting. And then Fierce, I suppose, it wasn't a first, it was kind of a continuation. They continued to be dominant. Let's take a look and see how that affects the standings, of course, coming into this week, and this is what we've been touching on, what we've been talking about. You look towards the bottom end, 3 teams on 1 win. You look towards the top end, and, well, things are looking really good. Endpoint still got a game in hand as well, so, you know, the matchups this evening even more important for all these teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Diabolus, Veloce, and Wind and Rain, you need this win this week, right? Because you don't want to be in the same position that Horus is in, where they're almost certainly going to end up in relegation, unless they come away with a win here, in which case they're going to be in that same kind of a boat. But I mean, for their first showing within the Premiership, I mean, this is to be expected in some regards. But then you also have new faces in Veloce as well, doing, albeit only marginally better, but still, I mean, pushing teams like Vexed. I mean, you saw in week 2, where they took them to overtime on Mirage, right?
So, yeah.
They've had a couple more surprises and a couple more closer games that you sort of make the argument that Veloce, even with them being newer, are superseding what the likes of Horus will be bringing.
Indeed, indeed. Really, really good stuff from last week. Gets interesting coming into this week. Some really strong individuals, I think, across the board. And of course, that kind of brings us very nicely into a little bit that we like to call the top plays of the week. Let's take a look and see how spicy it really was. Pretty difficult to call, I think, but of course we're straight into that poll, and you know, maybe a little bit more one-sided than I expect. Obviously, it's Tadpole taking it, as you can see. Everybody likes a clean spray down, I suppose, but as you kind of mentioned last week, Brody, I mean, surely he should have got a bit more. It's such a smart play from him.
Yeah, I feel as if, I mean, I'm at conflict with the general public here. But I mean, yeah, Brody played it really well, but I mean, Tadpole does what he needs to do in that position, right? I mean, he gets dropped on by 4 players and comes away with every single one of the kills. I mean, you expect him to get overrun, and he pulls up a bit of a surprise like that. But I feel like Brody's been robbed. I mean, he gets a kill, he checks the flank, he wins the 1v2. Like, that's got all the pieces.
It all kind of depends, I think, on what sort of a spectator and player you are. You know, Tadpole holding mouse 1, gets 4 kills, looks really good. They're coming to him, but then of course Brody is that sort of 200 IQ play. So it's flashy against the smart, the consistent kind of play. But of course there are the top plays, and then there are the top players. Now this week someone's been a little bit greedy, because Tadpole, he takes top player of the week, but he also takes that Prem VP crown away with him as well. Well, there you have it. A bit of a familiar play in there, of course. Definitely solidifying the fact for that Prem VP. But Tadpole, you know, ultimately, apart from that opening play, there's not too much flashiness going on. It's just a lot of consistency, I think, coming in from the star player of that game. Yeah,
a couple of clean, nice headshots. We see the headshot percentages as well. I mean, we saw a couple of them in the highlights, just how clean and crisp they were. A couple of one-taps. Nice couple of entries as well for the side. You see the clutches coming in for him as well, one of which was a 1v2, which is, I mean, considerable, considering that was Wind and Rain's first win, right? I mean, if Tadpole can perform on a consistent level or put up the same numbers coming into this week, then maybe things start to clear up a little bit towards the bottom end.
Yeah, indeed. It is a little bit worrisome for those other teams around that kind of area. Going to be interesting to see. We've also got a few more players, their highlights, their kind of statistics coming up. Second will be Thomas, and I mean, the thing that stands out there is the KD, right? 2.4 KD. That's pretty nuts. Obviously, the ADR is going to be quite high from that one. But yeah, I think, again, that consistency becomes such an important thing within the Prem. And, you know, Thomas, always being this high fragging player, seems to do whatever he likes. And then, you know, little funny at the end, the headshot percentage. Not quite as high,
I mean,
perhaps, as you would expect.
It was a bit of a steamroll, right? So, I mean, maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to aim at the head, you know? They had it pretty handily towards the end of the game, so you just start shooting at their kneecaps. I mean, Thomas is not aiming at the head, and nobody's talking about it. Yeah,
well, exactly. If it ain't broke, as it goes. Of course, we're going to have Ents coming up, is the next player on this as well from Diabolus. Pretty... Again, that kind of consistent, nice KD, not super high in terms of the fragging. And this game was a little closer as well, so I think it's kind of important to point out mainly for me, it is that multi-kill stat that really stands out.
Yeah, same kind of story for Diabolus, right? I mean, that was their first win of the season just last week as well. So getting that win, having somebody that could perform and put up good ADR and a good set of kills, I mean, getting some sort of consistency, especially when you look at the Diabolus roster, when they came into the season, they lost so much firepower. They need players to step up and kind of activate. And so ENCE is carrying over from what was Wind and Rain last season to this season and maybe fulfilling that role a little bit, but also against opposition where it's not quite as toughly fought, right? I mean, if it's not against a Vexed, a Fierce, or an Endpoint, it's a much lesser team in terms of the top end. It's not those 3 teams that are fighting for that top slot. And so if he can do what he did last week, coming into this week, if he can also kind of show that it doesn't matter who the opposition is, he can still find those frags, then maybe they start to fill that void that Diabolus have had since they came into the Premiership. Yeah,
listen, I mean, better late than never to get the ball rolling and things like that. If they can keep the momentum going, that's what it's all about, and I'm sure we'll be talking about that a fair amount. The final player, of course, going to be Fry here, and we've talked about consistency a little bit. For me, Mr. Consistency, to be honest. Last season, I think he picked up a couple Prem VPs as well. So, yeah, looking really, really good. And once again, high ADR, some nice clutches. The clutches are always really, really important. But entrying, to find a good, consistent entry fragger is, I mean, some real, real good luck. You're going to keep that on your team. And Fry just impressing across the board.
Yeah, and it also that stat kind of lends itself to being more so as well a team effort from Fierce, right? I mean, five entry kills and 71 entry success rate means that the rest of the team are also finding these entry kills elsewhere on the map, right? So it doesn't have to just be Fry, and that's really what I love about both him as well as in the same kind of conversation, Mezzy, who both of them are very consistent, very capable of finding those entry duels and just finding openings for the team.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Well, look, it was a really interesting week last week, a week of beginnings, I suppose, for a lot of teams, looking good. This week, we might move into kind of the week of endings, to be honest with you. Of course, that schedule going to be coming up very quickly on the screen. But yeah, as you can kind of see as things start to develop, we've touched on it a little bit here and there, kind of maybe, you know, giving you some teasers. But ultimately, we've got those teams towards the bottom end. It could be the end of their season sort of already for some of these teams, you know, even with another week coming up. And then, of course, that match to watch, like, is just, it stands out perfectly, right? But then even Vexed and Pensioners.
Yeah.
Middle table teams wanting to secure their playoff spot.
I mean, we've got 1 and 2 within the standings, 3 and 4 versus each other as well towards the end of the night. Whereas it's the bottom end that we're interested in to start off things, right? Wind and Rain picking up their first win, Diabolus as well. Horus still yet to find a win. So, like you said, it could be a solidified ending, could be the start of something much, much greater. Of course, last week was Vexed's first loss. Who were also undefeated for a while, but I mean, one of the teams has to give at some point, and it just happened to be that was last week that Vexed fell out of contention for that #1 spot.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be a really interesting evening, but of course, speaking of beginnings, we've got to begin somewhere. It's Wind and Rain up against Veloce to begin, and as we just kind of touched on, a really, really important matchup for both of these teams because they're starting to feel a little bit good, especially Wind and Rain after last week picking up their first win, you know, that momentum that we talk about. But coming into this week, they want to solidify, they want to make sure, you know, playoffs would be nice, but the ideal thing is to stay away as far as possible from the relegation zone.
Yeah, if you end up in relegation, you're not feeling great about yourselves, right? I mean, we saw a couple of teams last season not make it through. That's why we have Veloce and Diabolus, who did end up coming through. Actually, Diabolus did pick up from when Wind and Rain left off, but at the same time, you've got these couple of teams that have kind of come through with, Veloce and Horus that came into the Premiership this season. And you want to avoid that because sure, it's your first Premiership, you know, there's a couple nerves kind of kicking around, you're playing against the top of the UK scene, so you don't want to be that sort of one-hit wonder. I made it into the Premiership and I did poorly and now I'm out of the Premiership again. It should be more a case of building that reputation, building a story behind yourselves, and that, like, sure, it takes maybe a couple of seasons to get there, but you start being a strong contender within the general populace.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Well, look, we'll take a look at this Wind and Rain roster, and we'll kind of, I think,
Yeah.
talk about how things are going to go. Overall, it is an interesting matchup, but for me, I think looking at these two teams, you know, you're a bit more ear to the ground with everything UK CS-wise, but I recognise immediately a lot of names on this team, right? And Swaggy and Toten G kind of, or Toten, I'm not sure. Do people not know? Because I've heard a bit of both thrown around.
I feel like I've messaged somebody about it before, and I probably got clarification at one point or another, but I'm pretty sure it's Toten G.
Yeah, I think so.
Either way.
I've never had any complaints when I've casted, you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make, Swaggy and Toten G will go with sake of consistency, I suppose. This package, right, that have been playing together for a solid amount of time.
Yeah.
Swaggy, not really sure role-wise. I suppose he's moving back towards the rifle, but also has this AWP in the back pocket. So for me, they're kind of names to watch in a sense. But then last week, you know, I tuned in, saw a little bit, and Brody was... He was having some massive impact.
Yeah, the thing is, with Brody, he's always kind of team hopped a little bit. I feel like he was kind of a conflicting personality with quite a few people.
Right.
And so never really able to stay in the roster for quite long enough. The longest tenure that I can remember of late was, I think, London Lynx, which ended up kind of imploding on itself as well. So it would be interesting to see how long this does last as this roster, because I feel like Brody does have a lot of capability and potential to really rise, but it's, again, as with all AWPers, it comes down to consistency, right? You can have really good games, and then you just you never get the AWP in your hands. You need to show a bit more of a dynamic. Whereas in the same respects, I suppose Tadpole is a good person to touch on, in that it was kind of painted out as this kind of young and aspiring up-and-coming player, and then at one point just kind of disappeared for about 6 to 8 months.
Yeah.
And so all that hype around him kind of dies out. Tadpole starts to become less of a circulated player, but now finds himself landed in this Wind and Rain roster.
Yeah, and last week looking really good. Wind and Rain in general looking really good. Veloce, though, are of course their opponents coming up here, and again, some recognizable names. They'd already gotten that one game on the board, and then last week kind of, so, you know, again, like you say, somebody's got to give somebody's, and it definitely slowed down for them. So hopefully they can find something into this week, because, to reiterate, such an important matchup for these two teams. But again, they function, I think, sort of similar in a sense, that there's these packaged players that have always come together, played together, and then Cypher with that kind of AWP that he's still finding his feet on, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, Mog and Emperor have played on the team together at one point or another. My Insanity way back when for, I don't know how brief a stint that was, like 2 to 3 weeks. Impact and Rez have played on a team together previously. I think Rez really started to make a name for himself when he played, I think, with Revelation at one point or another, and just he was seen as this player that was so meticulous and cleared everything that people were just sort of like, why is he watching that? Why is he watching the flank? Why is he looking at Ninja? And you need to have somebody like that, especially when you have players like Cypher, like Impact, that can often overlook certain positions because they're so explosive and they want to get into your face so often. You need to have somebody that's a bit more relaxed and a bit more calm to sort of support all of that. I think the interesting point that we did touch on last week was that because Cypher has taken up the AWP, he used to be such a star rifler at one point or another, but was not exactly the smartest player. But under the wing of Emperor, it seems like he's really come into his own, and he's starting to be a bit more methodical and actually knows his utility sets, as being a part of a more coherent structure.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it will be interesting to see these two teams, very similar in a sense. But of course, we've got the veto coming up. This is what, you know, it is all kind of decided on, especially within the UK scene. I think a lot of the teams at the moment, especially when you've not really got a map win kind of thing until recently, you tend to delve a little deeper into the map pool and hope that you can find, you know, Wind and Rain, train first time, won it, right?
Yeah.
So it's that same sort of logic, and I don't know. I think it's going to be difficult to call where we're going to end up.
Yeah, I think it's smart for Wind and Rain to remove something like Overpass. I think that does certainly favor Veloce, whereas the more sort of puggy nature, as you'd expect from a newer formed roster, Dust 2, you never want that in whatsoever. But I wouldn't be surprised if Wind and Rain leave Vertigo in the pool for quite some time. It might be just kind of a game of chicken as to who ends up pulling that one out, because Wind and Rain as an organization they've played and been semi-comfortable on Vertigo, and Veloce may not be that well versed on it. So I feel like it might be a bit of a bluff between the two as to who does end up vetoing that one out.
Yeah, kind of difficult to tell, like I say, where it's going to end up going. Inferno, sort of an interesting one. We're seeing that creep in more and more as, you know, teams are like, right, Mirage is becoming the second Dust 2 in a sense, where upsets can happen, where if you're not ready for it or a certain style that it gets played. And so Inferno has then crept in as kind of the best of one king, so to speak. So, okay. I was going to say, you know, the Mirage definitely still in there, could be an option, and I mean it was, so Veloce actively going towards the nuke here, and they lost on it last week, so...
Yeah. I think the thing to note is that against Wind and Rain, who you would expect if you're Veloce to be a little bit less structured, probably play a bit more loose, and probably more aggressive on both portions of the map.
Right.
You're probably more drilled in your standard sort of passive defaults. If you're Veloce, you've probably got a few executes. I mean, both teams should know the outside smokes. They should have some sort of idea of how to split the A bomb site, things like that. But I do think this veto does still favor Veloce. Them getting as well the last ban means that they had the freedom of choice, but like you said, Mirage being that kind of almost an upset heavy map means that you don't have to worry about that being a possibility, right? Wind and Rain are going to be a little bit unpredictable, but I assume Veloce are prepared for that kind of an endeavor.
Well, look, here we are into the game, of course, as you can see. Do be sure at ESL UK, pay attention to all the socials, all the votes and whatnot that you can get amongst. But here we go. Ramp pressure coming in from the T side, and it's not going so well. Toten G going to hold things down. Tadpole as well, I believe, finding a kill kind of on the outside area of things, on the flank side of things. And they're down ramp, but it's so well telegraphed that the CTs are already there to hold things down, and not a single kill coming in for Veloce.
Yeah, and a really passive approach from Toten. I mean, didn't seem to want to fight too aggressively, didn't peek too heavily, and just played at this kind of niche angle where Veloce thought he'd fallen back, and he was just sitting pretty, just tapping away, having a grand old time. Nobody's shooting back either, so never felt too pressured. I mean, that's a very, very clean and easy round for Wind and Rain because, like you said, extremely telegraphed from Veloce and not able to get those opening picks. Of course, now with that pistol being so handily in Wind and Rain's favor, it's just going to be Glocks for the T side, and that's already the bomb drop. So not only do they feel comfortable, okay, Swaggy's having a really comfortable time on the FAMAS. He is proficient. 4 kills with that. I mean, it's just the eco, but makes sure that he doesn't give up any of his utility, his weapon stays safe, and still nobody has died on that CT side as of yet.
Yeah, and something I wanted to touch on sort of when we were in the veto, when we found out that it was nuke, you talked about Wind and Rain being this really aggressive side. It's starting to creep in a little bit more, I think, on the CT side of things, that we do see very, very aggressive plays coming in from them on nuke. So, you know, some of the bigger teams and whatnot have started employing that. So I think it'll be really interesting to see. Again, this could be another one of those map picks that backfires in a sense.
I have just noticed that Ping is actually playing it in placement of Gaborik, if I'm not mistaken. So...
And that's kind of an interesting one, right? Because I think Gaborik is sort of a bit of an in-game leading voice. It's kind of ambiguous with the Wind and Rain team. So we'll see how that affects things. For the moment, though, Veloce have done quite a decent job, I think, of baiting out a lot of that CT utility if you take a look. And a nice spot from Emperor on the other side of the smokes, generally not expected, while the rest of the team moves down secret. Tadpole's in behind. And I think he knows, you know, that there is that player around. But the MP9 can be so awkward, does manage to find it with the burst fire. Emperor not able to react quick enough. So back into a 4-on-4. And actually moving into this B-bomb site is where the SMGs can come out on top against some of these rifles.
Yeah, I do think Ping made a step, however. So Mog was kind of clearing that ever so carefully, just making sure they didn't get pushed. But as they come out, the crossfire setup here from the CT is going to be so dangerous. Like you said, those SMGs are going to be a little bit more scary up close. With Veloce, they only have 35 seconds to pull the trigger here. Impact looking for the opening frag.
Yeah, trying to move forwards, but it's just not going well at all. It's such a stagnated kind of push, a staggered push, I should say, from Veloce. Really not working out at all. Great flash comes in, Rez, I'm sure he gets a trade, but ultimately, yeah, just that crossfire and the fact that it is so telegraphed. Veloce, they give their game away so early on, and then they don't really change anything up, just hoping that they can use their raw aim or whatever. But it was kind of, as soon as you peek into one player, you're actually peeking into 3 at once. So really difficult for the T side.
And really good patience there from Wind Rain, not like I would have assumed, being aggressive and just looked for information. As like you said, Veloce slowed things down so considerably. They didn't seem phased whatsoever, unmoving. They just held their crossfire setup. They held that setup towards the lower bomb site, and were comfortable with it in its entirety. Ping though might feel a bit of pressure. Ooh, Cypher's down, but the trade is there. Brody unable to get more than just the one. So a couple of rifles recovered now for Veloce means this could be a little bit more of a dangerous round.
And the thing is, they've got armor in here, right? There is this flank coming in. Ultimately, though, the bomb is going to go down. Tadpole from Decon drops Emperor. So the number's dwindling, but damage traded back. You know, Tadpole left on 5 HP. So we'll see here. It's all going to come down to timing, I think. Mog has got this AK. Mog needs to step up. He needs to go huge. The bomb ticking away, and there's not a great deal of time to play with. They've got plenty of utility and whatnot, but the numbers brought back even. It is certainly looking interesting here. Rez not quite mollied out from the backside as well. They're not expecting him. It's all onto Rez as Mog finds one on the backside. Swaggy, what can you get done? Not looking too good. Yeah, no kit for him, so he's just opting to back away. Veloce with the half buy. They squeeze it through. They get their first round.
Yeah, the double ramp setup didn't seem to work out. I mean, the rush play there from Veloce, sure, it was a bait and switch from the CT side, but you need to get at least 3 kills there between those 2 players. As soon as you let it come to equal numbers, I mean, having those rifles, like you said, I mean, Mog delivers. He gets 3 kills for the Veloce side. Not only that, they get the bomb down and everything as well. And so the damage has been done to the CT side economy. Sorry, they've dwindled down to about 100 on a couple of players. Or a trio of them, sorry, above the 1,000 mark. And Wind and Rain, it needs to be a foot in the door now. They need to stop any sort of momentum that Veloce are hoping to achieve by sort of bouncing off of that one win. But look at this aggression. I mean, Brody's posted on the angle. He's allowed his teammate to get up close and personal, and they're still not done yet.
Yeah, Tadpole making noise on the other side of the smoke as well. Actually manages to pick up 2 before going down, but Emperor not expecting this at all. As you see, he comes around the corner looking at completely the wrong angle. Will spot both of them out, but he had the bomb. It's now a 3-on-1 with the bomb in the hands of Wind and Rain, so really not looking good for the T's. You've got A-site control, but at what cost? Swaggy creeps around to find the head of impact. And Cypher, well, not a frag as yet for him, and he's got to find 3 on 36 HP. Probably not going to happen, especially because the CTs, like I say, with that bomb, they're not going anywhere. They're happy to just wait for him to walk into their angles.
Yeah, really slow start for Cypher. See if he can get things done in a clutch. That's his first kill and brings it to the 1-on-2. Couple of unsuspecting angles.
Okay.
Here from Wind and Rain. Ping, do they bite on the fake? Doesn't seem so. Ping gets a little bit worried, does clear things out fully, and Cypher's just not expecting the peek. So a nice effort, at least from Cypher. The idea is there, but unable to get anything further for Veloce, which does mean that they're on a bit of a scrappy bye coming into round number 6.
Yeah, so Wind and Rain straight back on it, right? And this is what we were kind of touching on, is that aggression from the CT side. They're absolutely loving it. As they move forwards, they find themselves some pretty nice openers, in all honesty. Swaggy aggressive once again. There's no flash for him. I think he was hoping to maybe catch some players rotating nades. Not going to be the case. Tadpole here isn't running down. Does a fair amount of damage. So they've not traded back a kill, but in terms of the damage, it's definitely there. Definitely doable for Wind and Rain. Brody very quickly down towards the speed bomb site as well. Smoke going to go into control room, but doesn't really block anyone off, in all honesty. A little bit too deep. The doors, he's being teased as they're opening and closing, but yeah, smart. They get that smoke down, they know that he can be around. A Molotov on the other angle, going to make life difficult as well, and just try and stay away from control room. A nice wallbang comes in onto impact. Certainly something, but again, they've lost the B-site control. Emperor, though, is on the back end. He's being watched for dink, I believe, but Token G is a little faster to the mark. There's kills all over as everybody getting aggressive, everybody trying to turn the tides of battle. As soon as you get a lead, well, you lose it immediately. It's into a 2-on-2 with the bomb going down. Tadpole, though, that is a frag that he needed to find. Goes a bit crazy through the double doors, leaves Brody all in this 1 versus 2. He's got vague ideas. He is so very close. He's got no real utility to work with. And of course, the AWP in a situation like this is so difficult, especially now that time has kind of dwindled down a bit. Peeks into one angle. It's Rez to find the kill, but, you know, Mog would have traded that every day of the week. Veloce with their second on the board.
Yeah, and this time it's that slow approach to the B-bomb that actually works out. Maybe Veloce learning a bit from their mistakes, maybe not using their utility the last time. Of course, we didn't see any smokes the last time they were into that lower bomb site, so this time they make sure that the Molotovs are down, the smokes are down. Sure, Brody still gets a pick, but it means that they lose sight lines into the bomb site, and they cannot prevent that plant as easily as they did the previous rounds.
Yeah.
And so now, if you're Wind and Rain, a couple of adaptations do need to come out. I mean, you've had a couple of aggressive plays that have worked out in your favor already into this game. I mean, we're only 6 rounds in, and they're showing us an aggressive CT side. But may need to start playing a little bit further back. I mean, we saw some ambitious peaks. Of course, it is now the force buy in response for the CT side. The only player with a rifle is Tadpole.
Definitely a team, though, Wind and Rain, that I think get a bit ahead of themselves within the context of a round, if that makes sense. You know, oh, it's a 4-on-2. I'll swing double doors or whatever, like, you know.
But I mean, even that peak from Swaggy outside in the previous round didn't wait until the flash bloomed. There was a flash coming, but he peaked way before it. And
maybe overthinking things in a sense, you know, trying to catch them turning away.
Exactly.
But then I suppose the idea of a pop flash is no one can turn away. But, you know, so yeah, the little kind of micro plays definitely making a difference. Veloce, though, I think homework being done. The one thing, sure, you could look to last week and be like, okay, we lost. But in a sense, there's a little bit more of an argument to be made that you can learn from your losses a bit faster. Kind of hold the point. Oh, okay, I thought it was going to get interesting there, but unfortunately, Swaggy, there's 2 players watching him. They make quick work, and it looks like they will end up taking this round. 20 seconds left to get the bomb down. I mean, a Krieg retrieved by Ping, but low HPs and the fact that, you know, they've spent all their money. I think these 2 players, particularly with the rifles, are going to look to save. So yeah, what I'm trying to say, because I know where I left it maybe sounds a bit foolish, but it's kind of, you lose a game, you can go back, you can figure things out, you can be like, right, we tried this, it didn't work, what tweaks can we make? If you win, you kind of like, especially, you know, with some of these UK teams, you win, you're like, let's just do the same thing again, why not? And then it doesn't work. See it with Vexed, for example, you know, 4 wins in a row, I believe, on Mirage. And then last week, they probably didn't really change anything from those 4 wins, and they end up losing on Mirage. So, you know, you kind of have to look at it from a sense, make light of a bad situation, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it looks like that's what Veloce have done, for sure.
And it can be quite hard to be super critical of wins as well, right? Because you have all these thoughts running through your head, you're trying different adaptations, small little pocket strats here and there, and sure, they might not work out, but you can't not be results-orientated at the same time, right? You might have pulled the right strat, but somebody just misses their shot, or maybe mistimes a flashbang or something minute as that. Doesn't mean the strat's wrong, just means that the execution was slightly on the lacking side. But this could be dangerous. Wind and Rain have been really ambitious about these peeks in through door, and so the boost might actually catch them out in this round. It's a bit more of a passive setup as you would expect from Veloce, as we've seen quite a lot of aggression from that CT side so far.
And definitely in a round like this, right?
Especially.
Wind and Rain have so much room to work with because there's less risk associated.
Let's see if Ping and Tadpole can pull up something with these rifles, of course. Not in quite critical positions. Instead, locking down places in towards the main bomb sites. Of course, outside is Ping with the SG. Trying his best to play a little bit of an off angle, but Wind and Rain are taking a bit of a gamble already. There's outside smokes deployed. They think that Veloce could be down in towards Secret, which of course we can see is not the case. Instead, it's a bit of a bait and switch. This lurking kill could be the difference maker. If Cypher had gotten that kill in towards main, suddenly things get very, very awkward for Wind and Rain on those rotations.
Yeah, this is where it becomes a bit more difficult, right? They do have these players with the pistols who can take slightly riskier peeks. Toten G not going to land anything. Brody, though, hidden at the back end of sight here. Maybe get a gun out. Impact is not watching it. What has happened here? Oh my goodness, he doesn't quite find the kill. Creates room for Tadpole, though. It is a messy B-take so far. The fact that Brody, you know, he stays quiet and they just think that he's not there. All it needed was for someone to look, for goodness sake. And now the door is kind of open somewhat. Some more damage being traded back. A key frag for the Wind and Rain side. Low HP for Emperor. Mog is going to have to step up and he cannot. Emperor's the only one left at the tail end of the silo. Not quite expecting the second player to peek around. He manages to double spray down, gets the reload off. 30 HP for Pink. Definitely doable, and the wide swing is enough. He saves the round for Veloce there. I mean, such an important round for them to be picking up. It's dicey all the way to the wire, but nonetheless, they even things up.
And Emperor is the one that people quite often give a little bit of a tease about for not being fragging or
Yeah.
being able to frag as well as his counterparts. But I mean, pulling up big in a round like that, 1 versus 3 for what could have been a disastrous set of circumstances for Veloce, they'll definitely be buying him a few drinks, maybe, if they actually do end up coming away with this win. I mean, if there's ever a moment to step up, that's certainly it.
Well, yeah, I don't think it would necessarily be massively game-deciding kind of thing. We're still early doors here, but it is that case of the caveat of nuke, right? It's CT-sided map. They're already up to 4 rounds. They're keeping it even. They're keeping it close. If they can pick up 5 and 6 definitely on the cards, it could be doable. Ping, though, is looking to change things up. The glass cannon AWP, not generally where we would expect it for this side, but I guess he was the only one that could really afford it. Gets proactive, gets the opener for the CT side.
And that's usually Brody's position, right? So they've definitely swapped things up based on just what weapons they have brought into the round. And there was no support. If Ping had gone down there, that's ramp completely open for business for Veloce. They could have wrapped towards the B-bomb site extremely quickly, and there would have been no fast flanking player. But Brody, all in the meanwhile, he'd made his way through Secret. Let's take down Cypher as well. So Veloce already in a pretty poor set of circumstances. 3 players remain. They don't have too much control. These outside smokes could draw a bit of a rotation towards the lower bomb site, but Brody is still standing firm. That's the kill they needed. Impact gets the entry, but Tadpole does answer right back. How does he spin around? That should have been a kill every day of the week for Mog, but Tadpole comes away with 2 and Swaggy picks up the pieces. That could have potentially been the side take for Veloce.
Yeah, that's a little messy. Definitely going to dampen the spirits somewhat, but just to kind of touch, I think ultimately, you know, Veloce taking these rounds very slowly, Wind and Rain, trying different kinds of aggression, let's say, where they were getting super aggressive, crazy peaks and whatnot that we saw from Swaggy, 2-man aggression sort of thing. But what they're doing is very low risk kind of aggression where it's just one player, goes for a bit of a peak, you know, Brody swinging out as well to find that kill on his own, but they're walking out very quickly, very quietly. This could get interesting, however, but Brody back on the AWP, back where he belongs, lands a nice little flick onto the second one, going to clean things up somewhat. Tadpole, though, this is these crazy swings that we're talking about that you don't necessarily need to take. He does get lucky to survive, however, gives up the B-bomb site control in the process. So that, at the very least, is an achievement for Veloce. But it's back into a pretty doable situation. Nice flash comes in. The blind spray, I believe, from Cypher. He manages to land 1. Mog, the only guy left. He's glass cannon CZ, if you could even call it that. It looks like the round all but over. Unless he can pull off something incredible, and unfortunately not. Doesn't quite have the lineup. And if he did, you know, it would make things a bit spicier. Tadpole being on low HP, but unfortunately not able to find it. However, bit of damage, bomb plant, you can be happy with that.
Yeah, that was the main objective, right? Overwhelm the ramp player, get the bomb planted, so you have the bonus coming into this round, which means they have the option as well to pick up the AWP, should that have been a part of their game plan, which doesn't seem to be the case. Cypher is on the rifle instead, which I suppose does lend itself to being more so an explosive style play.
Yeah, and that seems to be a little bit what Veloce overall are going for, right? Slow, try and catch off some aggression.
And then just burst.
Yeah, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, as we're seeing.
Well, once again, Ping and Brody will swap positions. Ping being trusted to lock down ramp. Veloce making slow progress. Impact does take a brunt of damage. Ping not falling back as of yet, but there's no trade available. And Swaggy on the rotation is able to alleviate some pressure, allow his teammate to escape, but he gives up his life in the process. It does open up this Hell and A side flank, and with Ping going down as well, the information will be somewhat limited for Wind and Rain. Totung has to get aggressive, look for some space right back, and with that kill, that certainly opens things up for that CT side.
Able to get away, but on low HP. However, I think the CT's very unsure, right? As you said, this Hell control now, Heaven control for Veloce could really make a difference. Cypher not looking to jump the gun too early either. Have a bit of an idea. A flash comes in for him from his teammate. Not got your gun out. However, Totung isn't able to find the spray down. Tadpole left on 8 HP. But again, it seems to be Wind and Rain with that one step ahead kind of vibe. We'll see. Can Cypher pick up this 1v2? Another clutch going the way of Veloce could be absolutely massive. They're happy to let him get the bomb down. Just find the trade. That's the name of the game at this point. The wide swing comes in from Tadpole, but Brody, he's not really moved. He tried his best, but Cypher's in and out so very quickly And now he has that control back. He knows that Brody's in this situation. He's probably going to be AWPing. You can kind of figure that. He doesn't know where he's coming from, so it's all going to come down to the positional advantage. Brody's gone high. He'll drop down and make the noise. However, still manages to land the shot. That is the riskiest way, I think, to play that 1v1. Jumps down, just kind of catches him with his crosshair all over. But again, like I said, that positional advantage, the timing could have maybe not have gone his way, so he tries to take it into his own hands. And he's successful just about.
And he knew it was a game of cat and mouse, dancing around the bomb sites. Both of them had the right idea, at least to start. But Brody throwing a bit of a wrench in the works. I mean, a bit of a different way to peak things. Like you said, probably not the safest way to do things. But at the very least, he still comes out on top. That's a game of slim margins, because I don't think he was fully accurate either. So a little bit of chance was thrown in the mix. He'll be happy to get away with that one, but Ping, that's a bit of an interesting play. Flashes himself, goes down to Cypher. Toden doesn't really have too much time to react, can't get there in time to stop them making their way towards the lower site, and that gives a rifle over to the T side as well.
And the thing is, right, they've gone for a solid half buy into this one. So there's a smoke at control room, although not ideal. Smoke at double doors, smoke down towards Decon as well. So easy bomb plant. Easy man advantage. Becomes a bit more difficult now because there's only one player with a kit in this scenario right here for Wind and Rain. So that could have an effect for sure if, you know, Brody goes down somewhere a bit obscure and this crossfire is so hard to break apart. Or is it? Maybe slightly off on it. Tadpole finds 2 quick headshots. Cypher and Emperor, meanwhile, still alive. Cypher's found 2. What's going on? The frags are everywhere. Wind and Rain are able to come out on top of it. So hard to follow. And yet, in all that chaos, in all that calamity, Wind and Rain do come out on top. But my goodness, they are making these rounds difficult for themselves.
Yeah, especially with those opening duels, right? You'd think there would be less risk associated in taking those fights. You'd expect maybe one more player behind them just so you get the trades or something on that CT side at the very least.
I mean, listen, if you're taking those fights while you're blind, maybe not. Maybe not.
And that's the thing. Ping in the past has been kind of like this freelance gamer, sits in for quite a few teams, attends maybe one event every so often, different rosters almost every single time, and so with him coming into this, that's another bit of an X factor for Wind and Rain. I mean, not having Gaborik, who I assume will be more well versed in how you want to play the CT side, Ping is gonna just have his own ideas.
Yeah, does what he wants. Swaggy kind of doing what he wants as well, to be honest. It's going well for him, you know, that 2KD rather coming in. Well, I suppose he's got 0 assists, so yeah. Should have committed to the maths, always a classic. Red's going to find Totung though, maybe getting a bit overzealous in all honesty. You know, you're in a 4v4, that doesn't quite even things up, but on a map like Nuke, you know, that pressure of trading evenly is not quite so detrimental. However, Tadpole, I don't know if he caught, I think he got right-clicked in the back. Bit of an accident from one of his teammates at the start of the round. So that's definitely going to make a difference, or apparently not, because he swings out, finds a clean little headshot, gets another one, and then, you know, you see the assist come in from Ping. How's he able to get 2 kills there, Veloce? Has brought this back to being slightly more doable. However, with Brody going down slightly ahead of time, well, that leaves Ping in a difficult situation, right? They have very quickly made it back towards this B bomb site. Smoke will go down, but the bomb going to be planted. Of course, Nuke, the sounds are always confusing, and yeah, Ping, I think for a while here, is going to think it's the A bomb site until eventually that he walks into that site. So I feel like this round, at the very least, is going to be really difficult, if not over, because he is just wasting so much time. It's a bit difficult at the end of the day. Doesn't fancy it, whether he knows it's A or B. Does not fancy it at all. Going to save that up, and it will be a 5th round for Veloce. So they're at that satisfactory kind of mark. Yeah. And we've still got a few more rounds to go.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to delve into the mind of Ping there because there's a couple of scenarios it could have been, right? He could have been playing it slow because he thought it was the A-bomb site, or he could have just been playing it slow because he wanted to secure the AWP. Either way, one of the objectives is accomplished, which means that they can bring that back over into Brody's hands, which of course is going to be somewhat pivotal as we go into the last round, or the last couple of rounds and a half, and the buy isn't the strongest here for Wind and Rain. I mean, you ideally want 10 here, right? That, like you said, the bare minimum for Veloce really accomplished in 5. The other side of the coin has to be a 10th round for the CT side, but they're just going to kind of hedge their bets, hope that Ping can accomplish something on the AWP because they're going for the half buy instead, playing for more of a 9-6 scoreline.
Well, we'll see. They love these aggressive rounds, these looser kind of rounds. We saw them.
Look how prepared Veloce are for this.
They're close. Yeah, I know. They're just like, listen, bro, you ain't catching me out. Yeah, there it is. Oh, he does actually manage to get one. Okay, I mean, that's sort of fair enough in that kind of scenario. However, they have made sure that, these trades come back in. Ping picked up one, kind of doing the same sort of thing, getting aggressive in Hut. Brody reacts off of that, getting aggressive from Ramp. So, the 2-for-2 trades overall.
Yeah.
Kind of smart, kind of worth it, but still going to be the T side. In theory, coming out on top of things. It depends on where they end up going. Totem going to spot the Shadow, but Emperor is quicker to the draw. Super snappy stuff. Swaggy's gotten his hands onto an AK here. Could make all the difference, but those trades still coming in. Timing going to be everything. Swaggy, he needed the headshot. That aim punch too much to deal with, and yeah, I think our noise is the epitome of you hate to see it.
Yeah, Rez.
You feel like he should have got that one.
Rez ducked under his bullets.
Yeah.
I mean, the spray would have been fine if Rez stayed standing, but yeah, he got caught off guard, so he just gave him a little duck, a little bob and weave.
They call that timing. They call that getting CS:GO'd somewhat.
Nah, Rez just had his finger ready on the crouch button.
As a lot of people do. Are you a crab sprayer or?
There are quite a few. Not so much. Not so
Okay,
much.
fair enough. It's such a bad habit.
It depends how badly the spray is going.
Fair enough. Either way, you're going to see this outside execute coming in once again. But Wind and Rain adapting well. They're playing 2 outside, so it's almost suicide to go walking through. They will eventually, but Emperor goes down. He's been playing a little bit more of this kind of lurk role.
Yeah.
I think we saw it in the first rifle round. It managed to catch a player off guard playing on the other side of the smokes, but this time, not the case. Brody on the UMP, though, I don't think he's going to get very much done here.
Oh, smoke does fade. Mog does spot him out ever so slightly. Brody does think better of it. He's the sole defender of this lower bomb site for now. There is a rotation coming. It is Swaggy to lend some support. But again, Veloce slow things down. They're not quite decided as to which of these sites is the ideal target for them. Still looking for this opening opportunity because Wind and Rain, for now, they're happy to sit 2-on-2 a site. They do begin their slow approach in towards A, and Toteling is holding the angle above on the high ground. Brody, that again should have been a kill. Dead to rights for Mog. Tadpole actually does get cleared out, so not quite disaster as of yet for Veloce. They lose their B-side presence, but they accelerate on A instead. And so the numbers, although they favor Wind and Rain, Veloce can get into really strong post plants.
Cypher really been paying attention. That's Tadpole's favourite spot over at the second vent. So we'll see here. Impacts been having the greatest of impact, to be honest. It's an easy joke to make, and now he's left in the 1v3 scenario with his teammate falling. We'll find the low HP player in Brody. His position given away and trades about the same amount of HP, but Swaggy getting that clutch headshot towards the end of the spray. We'll bring it to a 9-6 half, and I feel like Veloce is still going to be fairly happy with that. They brought so many rounds close there.
Yeah.
Wind and Rain kind of lucky on a few of them, coming down to a lot of clutches and whatnot. So I think the second half could be tough for Wind and Rain if they have not prepared a T side.
I mean, Veloce as well, right? Having Emperor come up big with the 1 versus 3, right?
Yeah,
it does swing things back into their favor a little bit. I mean, this could have been potentially 11-4 had that round gone Wind and Rain's way, right? So having a little bit of luck here and there with the clutch situations. I mean, the poll on Twitter seems to suggest that people are very much in the Veloce camp, which
yeah,
I saw
the boys out in full force.
I saw this probably more as like a 55-45 as opposed to the stark numbers that we have instead.
I think so, yeah. I think so. It's kind of a bit of a difficult one to call. But again, that big organisation, mate. That big org.
Yeah.
They got a lot of fans. They got a lot of support.
The racing support.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. As it says there, of course, at ESL UK, you can get your votes in. There's a whole number of things after this game. There'll be kind of the player of the game, that sort of stuff. So do be sure to get amongst it. Hopefully should be getting into the second half relatively quickly here as the players wanting to use as much time as possible to talk things over, to sort things out. As it is going to be, I think this pistol is going to be really important.
Yeah.
The rifle rounds so very back and forth in and of themselves. And if I remember correctly, it was Wind and Rain taking the pistol on their CT side pretty dominantly
Very
to start
clean.
off with. And then off the back of it, you know, got the first rifle round when it was a slightly kind of weaker buy from the T side and whatnot because they didn't have the money massively available. So, yeah, I think the pistol going to make a real big difference here. And
Well, it's almost strange because we've got Wind and Rain who quite often start pretty slowly. in terms of their fragging capabilities, how sort of sharp their aim is.
Yeah.
And whereas on the side of Veloce, they usually get off to pretty good starts, but have trouble closing out halves or doing quite well to finish off the games. And that almost seems to be the polar opposite today. I mean, Wind and Rain start off really strong. It takes Veloce a little bit to get online. We saw Cypher on next to, or 0 frags for quite a long time. But Swaggy is having a phenomenal game, but we'll see how Veloce do on their own pistol. Cypher good with the first, but not able to track down the secondary player. That is Wind and Rain taking outside control, as well as having a decent enough position to flank out towards Heaven and the A bomb site.
Emperor getting baited out by the door, unfortunately. Rest, where? I guess he jumped up behind him. I'm really unsure what has happened here. But all the same, landing some crispy shots. Brings it down to a one-on-one, and Pink's not even got the bomb down. Goes for the wide swing, though, and he wins that. He actually wins that. He's half HP, but I suppose, you know, Rest is not expecting him to do that at all. And yet somehow, you know, with that Glock, with the first bullet running accuracy, of course, of those default pistols, he's able to find the pistol for Wind and Rain. So there you are, that a little bit closer that time around.
Yeah.
Some nice shots coming in, but now the pressure really on Veloce to perform once the rifles come into play.
And I suppose a bit of an unexpected strategy from Wind and Rain, just being so aggressive, pushing in their face with no smokes, no utility outside. That's not something Veloce would have anticipated, and that stampeding on towards the A-bomb site. It's the SMGs that lead the way. And with this, of course, being a round in which the CT side don't invest in armor, they get absolutely picked apart. Only one consolation frag picked up, and Cypher left cowering behind a smoke for absolutely dear life. He could potentially get another kill right back. The aim punch almost throws it away for him, but does make things slightly more expensive for Wind and Rain. But all in all, going to be happy with how the first 2 rounds have gone. The nice clutch from Ping, but keeping 3 alive into the second round. They're going to have a pretty strong buy going up against what is the first rifle round for the CT side. And importantly to note for the CTs, they have these Molotovs. They've skimped out on some of the weaponry to get better utility because there's still an SMG in play for the T side.
Bit of that deeper strategy coming in. Are we going to see another fast round from the whole team? I mean, Brody's going for it down the vents. However, he's on his own as we see him spin around, see all the X-rays on the other side of the map, really. I think he is ultimately trying to bait out A, some rotations, and B, maybe some kind of counter-aggression to walk into those rifles. But Veloce, not biting, not taking the bait at all, throw out a bit of utility. They will indeed kind of hard rotate a couple players across in towards the site itself. But as time goes on, I think they will figure it may not be that B-bomb site. Very difficult to tell on Nuke, though. But the thing is, it's sort of one of those maps you don't need the best amount of information on the CT side. You can just play your crossfires as they come running into you, and that's ultimately what we're going to see. By the looks of things, Brody again a little bit ahead of the rest of the pack. Swaggy will find Mog on that lurking side of things. Again, keeping the CTs guessing. 1 kill comes in for Rez from Dark here. However, they're all floating towards him, but Emperor chiming in from Decon gets another as well. It's a 2v1 for him. He found a clutch earlier on. He's not expecting Brody to be so close, though. Was looking good for just a second, that M4 on the Mac 10, but not going to be the case. Wind and Rain in with a 12th. Again, kind of close, but just that one step ahead.
Yeah, I thought maybe that was just going to be Emperor's spot, like hit the lower bomb site, that silo position. Maybe that's just his dominion, but
ducking and weaving.
Yeah, he seems to have a pretty good idea of how to approach those peaks, but still, like you said, not anticipating some of the positions of Wind and Rain, and so it again will be another tough set of instances for the CTs, not quite able to get their hands on proper weaponry. Of course, these upgraded pistols, again, can still be dangerous. We haven't really seen it too much in this game. It's usually been a knack of good trading as opposed to really the pistols coming into play. And Wind and Rain look to try and avoid some of the weird situations that Veloce found themselves in on their own T side. We saw just the individuals that had to step up, in specifically Mog in one of the instances.
So this execute as well, I love to see it. Again, kind of creeping in a little more, in a sense. It's that wall of smokes, but it's a bit deeper. It gives you a bit more room to play with. However, as they go down, you've got to be a bit careful. Cypher does not land a single bullet, however, and is somewhat trapped in. Brody on that Krieg should make quick work of the Deeg, honestly, unless he goes spinning around the corner and just claps you out. Swaggy as well, doing such a great job, not only holding down that flank, but also in the game itself. 22-9 overall, pretty spicy stuff. But ultimately, playing things slowly has been going successfully. As soon as I open my mouth to say that, though, Mog will find a headshot. He'll pick up a Krieg. He's also got some armor. Now, it's a question of saving, a question of going for it. I suppose it depends on how the rest of the team performs. Rez going to get aggressive outside the Molotov. Picks up 2 quick headshots on the Deagle. Looks like the round is all but over as Rez finds another. All onto Toten. And he's got to try his damnedest to recover this back. No utility, no bomb. He knows vaguely where they're going to be at. But yeah, as soon as he goes peeking through, Cypher will take him out easily enough. A 7th round on the board and Rez stepping up massively on the Deagle.
And that's one of the drawbacks of going for that wall of smokes, right? None of them have a smoke to deploy in the lower bomb site. They don't have one of these angles kind of siphoned off, because Rez, if that's a smoke, he probably doesn't push through. He knows it's a Molotov and that the utility is somewhat dwindling, so he just pushes right past it. I mean, those are phenomenal shots, do not get me wrong, but the play was certainly opened up by the timing's not really being there from Wind and Rain, not making use of those smokes early enough.
Well, Wind and Rain, can they pull something out of the bag themselves? Not looking too likely as they lose the first man. They've once again managed to get Brody down towards B. That seems to be something that's fairly consistent, but it is also known by Veloce. They communicate that across. Swaggy caught off guard, just not really looking too good. You know, it's slightly more difficult for the T side for sure to find a way in with these pistols. As I've mentioned, you walk into the CT crossfires, you can get clapped, so it's going to get a clean one through the smoke. However, but it's only 1 kill. It's not really opened up the A bomb site. There's 2 players quickly in tow, and yeah, and as they're waiting for some kind of action to come through from Emperor, Impact catches them distracted. 8th round on the board, relatively clean from Veloce. Maybe this is the beginning of a sort of mini comeback. It's not too far, it's not too steep of a hill, but all the same, they've got a lot of work to do before they can take the victory here.
I know for sure Mog is going to be upset about how he's died. He's like, he just shot me through a smoke. I don't even think he stopped either. He's just kind of going for a drive-by, just trying to draw some attention away, and he just ended up with a frag. I mean, you happily take that every day of the week. But like you said, I mean, this is proper rifles back in for Wind and Rain. This needs to now be some rounds in a row for the CT side before they start to feel a little bit more comfortable. And Wind and Rain already down secret. Fast play towards the lower bomb site, making use of those early smokes. And this time there's not quite as fast a rotation from the CTs. I mean, there's a couple players congregating, but will they be there in time?
First man goes down. Mog, though, with this flank, doesn't quite commit to the swing, and maybe if he did, he could have found them with backs turned, but 2 quick kills coming back. 3, actually. Everybody chiming in here. The bomb now in no man's land. That Krieg up close is so deadly, and it's all onto Tadpole. It's all suddenly swung out of control, and things looking really good for Veloce in this round, in the context of the game itself as well. We'll see. Tadpole, he's a bit confused. He's like, why is the bomb being left? I don't get it. And Emperor, meanwhile, as he's cleaned out the back end, comes to look back, probably expecting him to catch, you know, taking the bomb towards B, but not the case. Free frag nonetheless. And yeah, Veloce really turning that one around. And this is where Wind and Rain, you know, you look at this side, and it's sort of like the pride cometh before the fall a little bit. Again, within the context of the rounds, because it's like they get an advantage, and then everyone's like, oh, we've got an advantage. Doesn't matter if I go for a swing and die. Screw it. Let's see if it works.
Yeah,
and then, you know,
before they can even really take advantage of the fact they have the 3v5, it just all crumbles, right?
Yeah.
That trio of frags right back to the CTs was so quick. Like you said, maybe just a few over-ambitious peaks because they're so filled with confidence.
Perhaps. It does happen, though, for sure.
Cypher could be in for a world of hurt. They're slowly wrapping him in.
Oh.
He's the meat in the tortilla. Oh, not going to be wrapped all the way. The meat has slipped through.
Not very good.
It's a sad burrito.
Yeah, indeed. They need to work on their culinary skills on the Wind and Rain sides. I mean, all the thought was there, right? They had the top, the middle, and the bottom, like the 3 different levels to work with, but he's just too slippery. Tadpole now finds himself to be the only one left. Might just be able to catch someone off guard here. Does get a clean one, but Cypher is ready with the trade. You know, that late trade attempt, so to speak, from Tadpole. He catches a player off guard. It happens. You can't really account for it too much, but Veloce surviving with the bare minimum of 4. Looking good in the rifle rounds. Looking good against the pistols as well. Building up some cash. It is looking actually really, really doable here. 1 more rifle round, and suddenly things will become a bit more even, because that money is just not there for the T side. You have to take into account bomb plants, etc. But Wind and Rain need this rifle round Because I feel like just their confidence, you know, we talked about how important it is starting to dwindle.
Yeah, the one miracle round from Veloce has really ignited the CT side for them. After winning that one right back, they have not given up a single round since. So Wind and Rain looking to change things. Once again, it's towards the lower bomb side, this time not making as much noise, slowing things down. But Rezd is here to meet them at the steps.
Oh, just teasing it through. Tadpole going to throw the molly in. It's actually quite deep, but I feel like Rezd, you know, wanted the option to escape. So he goes ahead of it. And Mog is there to find the trade. He's like, let them come if they need to. I've got a molly. It goes in. Swaggy, though, on this lurking presence, continues to be a nuisance. They will trade him back, but, you know, what you don't quite see there is the trade of positioning, the trade of perhaps utility that's used for that. And there you are. All that information that Swaggy gains, he's able to send it across to his team. But Impact, double spray down comes in. Did mention his impact somewhat dwindling in this game, but this round he's picked up a 3k. This round he is looking good. It's all about when you find them. A lot of damage onto Tadpole as well, like you say, through the hook from that A1S. Meanwhile, Rez coming from heaven, I think has been heard, rushed up the ladder. Impact trying to bait out that he's coming from hook, going to work around the other side of things, but making a lot of noise, gets taken down. It's all onto Rez. Finds the high HP player. Tadpole can't find the clean headshot. And there it is. Again, Veloce getting another key clutch under their belts, as it will be an 11th round. It's so very close. He's left on 11 HP, but they don't care, because they're within one round of snatching this lead away from Wind and Rain.
And these mid to late round recoveries from Veloce have been fantastic. I mean, we talked a little bit about the aggressive nature of Wind and Rain on their CT side, and how sometimes they were just playing so individually that there was no trading potential, that if the aggression didn't work out, that there was no sort of plan B after the fact. You see Swaggy in the early stages, he got one kill, but it was traded right back by Impact, and he, like you, I mean, again, it's low-hanging fruit, but able to have so much impact as a result of that, just taking aggressive lobby control
It's kind of hard
and staying alive.
I think it's just a term that we use a lot anyway.
The name is poor.
Yeah. But for sure, definitely stepping it up there and massively, massively changing the tides of battle and perhaps the game. We did talk about bomb plants and things like that. Wind and Rain get it down, so that at the very least means they're able to keep this pressure on, and perhaps now their, you know, contentment will not get the better of them. They need to find something a bit different. Is Emperor in behind here? It looks like he's awfully close. I think he's just in mini. Yeah. Okay. Either way. Oh, this is interesting, actually, with this push forward. Cypher's able to get one, which I think is even surprising, being flashed up. But they've gone very aggressive with the push. Emperor trades it back, keeps that man advantage. Thank God for Cypher finding one. And it's into a 4-on-3, still in favor of Veloce.
Yeah, Totem playing with that smoke as well, maybe trying to find a timing around it as he looks to draw attention away from where the brunt of the T-side aggression is going. That's in towards ramp. Rez caught between two angles, spot between two mines, does a lot of damage on Swaggy, but not quite able to track down the kill. That's at least a softened up opponent for the CTs to deal with later on, but 25 seconds remaining. Wind and Rain definitely need to pick up the pace here.
Timing going to be everything. Once again, Rezd over at the back end of site, goes for a wide swing, finishes off that softened player, spots out another one as well, who has to go and retrieve the bomb, still able to spin around. Totem coming in from Decon, so there is that, but yeah, the double doors, they've got no utility. They have to go for it. Doesn't matter what you do here. They're just going to play passive, they're just going to play safe, and like I say, that will be the round. His next goal is to just kind of save what he's got into the next round, and not going to be able to do that. Left on $400. That is a two-footed kick in the teeth. Wind and Rain, unfortunately, fall flat once again, not leaving themselves enough time, keeping it close, but this just seems to be a massive repeat, but the other way around, right? Wind and Rain with that one step ahead on their CT side, just clutching things out, just, you know, bringing it within one or two players. Yeah. And now Veloce are doing exactly the same. Taste of their own medicine, and well, it's not really doing them much good.
They're playing very similar CT styles as well, the fact that they're going for these early advantages, trying to be disruptive as opposed to simply sitting back and waiting for their opponents to make the first move. First of which was Totem, not able to quite walk away with the frag, instead loses his life, but gets the information that there's only one player in that position. Meanwhile, Emperor is trapped between a wall of two smokes. Cypher makes sure that they cannot get wrapped. Emperor does get taken down as a result of the sandwich play from Wind and Rain. But still, it's only Deagles. it's not looking all that likely until Swaggy answers with another headshot. Suddenly, Impact is left alone on this upper bomb site, and he needs to really lock things down.
Watch what you say there, Yumi. The caster's curse, of course, is quite the power. However, Swaggy seems to be doing a lot of work. Unfortunately, nobody else pulling their way at all. Just as Swaggy had dropped back to get the bomb, he loses both his teammates. And probably the round, I mean, he's 24 HP. If he finds this...
They've heard him as well, though.
Yeah, Mog just playing it passive. There's no way he expects this angle, right? He's just going to go walking past. Yeah, he is indeed. So, there you are. 13th round for Veloce. Making him sweat a little bit is Swaggy. Unfortunately, like I say, it's quite the top-heavy kind of scoreboard at the moment. He and Tadpole not too far behind, but you kind of have to look at the stats in a sense of 20 kills to 20 deaths means you're just going 1 for 1 pretty consistently, right? I would have thought. Whereas Swaggy is winning his fights and getting away. I feel like it's maybe at the back end of rounds or maybe when he's on his own, so there's no one really to help him out.
Swaggy, let's see if he can continue his good form. Looking for an opening pick in towards ramp. Not quite able to find it. That pressure does push Rezzed back, but he takes a further angle, and this time actually comes away with the kill. He's been doing very well about staying alive in towards ramp. Usually not finding those opening duels or those opening picks for the CT side, but being alive, being a huge nuisance for the side. That goes back to the point we touched on earlier, just him being a just meticulous passive player, and he's fulfilling that role wonderfully so far for the CTs. It's again a stagnated push here from Wind and Rain. This time looking for a bit more forward-facing control towards outside, maybe looking to wrap in towards Heaven as well. Still so undecided. Toteng does get a little bit inquisitive, look for that rotating player from the CTs. Brody recovering the bomb all the meanwhile, and that does seem to be what's on the cards. If Heaven's exposed, Wind and Rain will fully capitalize on it, and that does seem to be the case. Impact is at least aware of that fact, though. Aim trained on that angle, just waiting for Wind and Rain to strike.
The trap has been set, and with, well, very little noise being made by either side. Don't look away now. Impact, oh my goodness, the timing is so good for Wind and Rain. Who have they paid off to make that happen? A 4v2 comes in. My God. The bomb goes down, but the final two players want nothing to do with it. And I don't know, maybe I need to be betting on the lottery tonight, because holy.
Don't look away. And instantly, he looks away.
Oh my goodness. That is so unfortunate, and ultimately there's nothing you can do about it, right? Tadpole gets in, finds the opener, and then uses that position to perfection, clears out the second vent, because it makes sense as well, right? You've got that one player holding Heaven, and then everybody else is going to be in slightly more passive positions, because 9 times out of 10, if you're coming from hut or whatever, you're going to run past them because you've got to get the bomb down. There's a bit of a panic going on. But yeah, Wind and Rain can count their lucky stars, man.
And that's one of it's almost a double-edged sword, right? In that when you slow things down so dramatically on the T side, you have little information to play off of as your own offense. But the defense, if they're not proactive and pushing somewhere else, they're left in that same predicament. They're left in the dark, and so they had to commit to both the lower and the upper bomb site 2 and 2 apiece, and it meant that they couldn't cover all of the angles safely. You saw that Impact was kind of trapped between a couple of different ideas, right? Just tried to make sure that that player that was at far vent didn't get crept up on.
And I think what would have happened as well is Impact, you know, someone goes, have you got the mini?
Be like, oh yeah, I'll pick it up now.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point actually. And it kind of breaks down maybe communication a little bit. That's going to be a real test of your own personal mental as well as kind of with a team. If someone has actually suggested maybe you should look mini and just for a second. That is such a decisive moment as well towards the end of the game. We'll see. Can Veloce pull it back? You've certainly got the buy to do so. That Krieg's still in play. Deadly in the hands of a master, and this is a bit more aggression. This is a bit more what we want to see, but perhaps a bit of miscommunication. Mog will at the very least trade it, right? But no one tells him doors open. I'm not really sure. Emperor really falling flat. Mog gets another, but is traded. Are they going to be expecting impact? I think so. They are reading this aggression perfectly. Brody misses the shot. So he's still around. He's still going to be a problem. Tadpole, wide swings, cleans him up. That consistency, that prowess from last week, definitely showing here on Nuke. Cypher going to fall as Toteng coming in late. However, The bomb in a bit of an awkward spot, I believe. Left outside. That's going to give a bit of time across to Rezzed. And he might just be able to catch them in transit. Does depend, though. Okay, yeah. Goes peeking into Tadpole, and Tadpole's just crisp on it. I thought maybe they were going to start to move to go towards B instead, but not going to be the case. Wind and Rain are straight back on it, and this is the issue as well, isn't it? With, you know, the 9-6 half, we talked about how important that pistol would be.
Yeah.
Gives a great deal of momentum to Wind and Rain. It's 12-8 before you get around on the board. And inevitably, you know, I've casted and watched a lot of Counter-Strike. 9 times out of 10, the momentum shifts back in favor of the other team, and it's a question of how much momentum do they get. And at the moment for Wind and Rain, it's looking like it might be enough to clean things up here.
Yeah, it was, of course, the scrappy round that really added fuel to the fire for Veloce, but maybe the fuel's run out. Needs a hit by a gas station just to top things up, but that might be a little bit too late. The Wind and Rain is here. Slippery roads, and means that you cannot go too quickly. The double AWP set up here for the T side as well, which does indicate a much slower approach. They'll be clued into the economy situation for that CT side. A couple of SMGs, a pistol as well. They don't want to get caught off guard. They don't want these close quarters weapons to spring the trap. Rez once again being trusted in towards ramp. Has been doing very well to get the information and fall back, and so he will do so once again. The pressure from Wind and Rain mounting. They've called a lot of rotations towards the lower bomb site. First kill in from Rez, that drops the bomb. Cypher gets one with the MP9, can upgrade himself to a rifle, and Mog is there as well! Swings the doors wide open into Mog's loving arms, and he gets 2 on the spray down. Brody is left in the 1 versus 4, and with so many angles to clear, an AWP in hand as well. This is almost surely a round in which Veloce come out ahead. Brody's come up big before, but not going to be met with that same success. I mean, that's the fear. You walk straight into a setup in which Veloce are able to get those kills and find them so isolated that it just goes pick for pick for pick, and there's just one unchecked angle just means that a huge difference for the CTs.
The thing is as well, it's kind of that Wind and Rain play style once again, coming back to haunt them in a way. I can't quite remember who it was. I think maybe Totem goes jumping through the smoke into control room.
Yeah.
You know, and again, you feel, oh, we're even, maybe I can bring it back in our favor. But he goes down there, and then there's kind of no pressure on the doors and things like that. So, yeah, that slightly overzealous, overconfident playstyle of a few of the players and the team. The thing is, as well, that sort of playstyle is contagious. So once one person starts doing it, you all start doing it. It just falls apart, doesn't it? Nice little flash coming in there. Going to push Cypher off the angle. Totung, yeah, very quick to realize, actually, you might have an AWP, might get on the crack. I need to get away, and he will do just at the right time. So that's given them outside control, with actually very little utility expended. Heaven, the next port of call. 2 players going to be moving into it. Is that what they're going for? Totung's a little early. Got to be careful there. Mog is in a slight bit of an off angle, an aggressive angle, in fact. Maybe a flash comes in. Maybe they're waiting to catch some aggression off guard. But again, winding that clock down, you've got to be careful. This fight is going to be everything. They peak a little bit late. However, Totung is able to find the trade at the very least. Too many levels to be found. Nice double peek comes in. Sure, Impact gets 1, but they're retaining the man advantage. They've also taken good control of the A bomb site, but are they going to be expecting the AWP on the flank? I don't think so. Totung is watching hell, watching the ladder. Switches at the final second, though. Here's the scope, I believe. Brought into a 1v3 then for Rezzed to essentially keep his team in it, because they don't have enough money, really, on this CT side. It's going to be a very broken buy into the next round. And it will indeed be playing for overtime into the next round as well. Wind and Rain, like I say, they get that momentum where it counts, and they're able to just regain the control of the game that they lost in sort of the middle of the second half.
And it was simultaneous aggression, right? At the same time that they go for that double peek in towards Heaven, Ping's able to find a kill as well, so suddenly the remaining players on that CT side are caught between, oh, I need to pick up where Ping, or that open spot where Ping is opened up, I need to draw my attention there, but I've also lost control of Heaven at the same time, and so you saw Impact caught between a couple of difficult angles, and like you said, perfect double peek coming in from Wind and Rain, realizing they had that advantage to work off of. And it does seem like finally we're getting a pause, a tactical one at that, I assume, because it has been such a tightly fought game between these two teams. In fact, we got the confirmation. Lovely voice of production does confirm that it is tactical in nature, but neither of these teams have called a timeout as of yet. And so this is suddenly, I mean, at the final hurdle, Wind and Rain looking to close it out 16-14. Veloce trying to just hold on for dear life, bring it to overtime, right? Because they've had quite a few... Honestly, Veloce have had some very, very good rounds, but on scrappy buys. Whereas Wind and Rain have been a bit more consistent when everything is bought and acclaimed for. So even, I think, if we go to overtime, things do start to lean more in Wind and Rain's way, especially when they're feeling themselves and building that momentum, like you said, towards the end of this half.
Nice little funny one there from Ping. Opens the door, finds a kill, closes the door, see you later. Yeah, so very fast in. That was Emperor taken down. Now the thing is, Emperor had sacrificed an M4 across to allow a bit of a full buy to come in here, I believe, to Rez, looking at the money that he's got available. Which is certainly interesting that he doesn't drop anything back across. But all the same, it's an opening pick for Wind and Rain. That's what they're looking for. That's what they want. Slight sigh of relief. I don't know why that was so hard to get out. Still, we do await bated breath. Nade going to come in towards the door. Smoke over at Mini. That will keep Mog out of the action. Ping is low, leading the way. But Impact, again, he's got too many angles to be looking at. Cypher goes wide, finds one, but is traded back. Through the smoke, I believe. Down goes Mog. It'll all be on to Rez. Coming in from hell. Climbing up this ladder quietly. There's a molly in the way. Doesn't want to get hit by this. A, for HP reasons, and B, for sound cue reasons. He'll clear some angles. Does have a kit available, however, his head has been spotted. The wide swing comes in from Swaggy. He takes him down. Missed shot from Brody. The chances are coming. They are showing and presenting themselves, but Tadpole wide swings out. Of course he does. He wins that fight. Oh my goodness, and Wind and Rain are just able to edge it out. I mean, we were looking for some close games of Counter-Strike. That's as close as it comes without the overtime, of course, and there you go. Yeah, Wind and Rain picking up a really important win.
Yeah, their second win of the season, and again, they see good consistency from Tadpole. Swaggy was having a fantastic game as well. I mean, that is exactly what you want to see coming in towards these sort of nitty-gritty, the really tightly fought ends of the regular group stage, because placement is so important.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, you mentioned there were so many names looking good, the names that we kind of mentioned and talked about and things like that. Of course, you know, as we've been touching on ESL, at ESL UK, I should say, over on Twitter, you can get amongst it and everything. You can vote for your player of the match. Now, this will be for every single match. Towards the end, there will, of course, be that vote for the top plays and whatnot. But, yeah, I mean, rightly so. Tadpole, Brody, Cypher, everybody kind of chiming in. I just feel like maybe on the Veloce side of things, it was slightly more top-heavy, and that begins to affect your CT side when some of those bigger names fall.
Yeah,
you really feel the defense drop off.
Yeah, and like we kind of pointed out towards the end of that last or regulation, I suppose, Impact was really struggling to find good sets of multi-kills and have really high-swinging moments for that side, which is something that he definitely needs to be able to do. Rez is the more consistent one. He usually does get that sort of 20 frag mark, but you need that sort of X factor. Mog and Impact kind of dance between the two of them, but Impact is probably more so in line with that role than Mog is, and so if he's struggling, you saw some really good moments from him, don't get me wrong, but that needed to be happening far more often, especially when they were making that road and that comeback possible on the CT side.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard, isn't it? You look to Emperor, he's the in-game leader, but it's kind of like, you know, fragging still needs to be there in a sense.
He had the 1v3,
yeah, but it wasn't enough, you know. So it's that kind of thing. A really, really, really close matchup, and just sets us up for a super exciting evening. Of course, it is going to be Diabolus up against Horus coming up next. This has been the ESL Premiership. Stay tuned.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we left, of course, we did get to see a pretty damn close, I believe, slobber knocker is normally the word that Jackie would use. Of course, we're here in his place as well. But yeah, a pretty damn close one, right? 16-14 over on Nuke. Looking really good from both sides, but I feel just kind of the individuals really stepping up for Wind and Rain overall.
Yeah, and that's even with a couple of really clutch moments and really impactful sort of mid-round decisions from Veloce, and even with those sort of advantages that you can maybe class as timing or poor timing from Wind and Rain, they still weren't able to come out ahead, right? So it could have been, I feel like it could have been a much more one-sided affair, but some really good mid-round decision-making from Veloce on that CT side come up made things far more interesting. I mean, this could have been a really dominated secondary half, but we move away, of course. I mean, 16-14, Veloce are not going to be too happy. They move now down to pretty low in the standings. They're right next to Horus.
Yeah, it's pretty worrisome. It is pretty worrisome. And this next game also going to affect how things go for Veloce. Of course, Diabolus up against Horus, as we kind of have touched on and mentioned. This one still kind of has that storyline going on. Horus yet to get on the board, 0-5. You kind of hate to see it, whether you're a fan of the team, the players, or not. It would be nice for them to get something going. Meanwhile, Diabolus, you know, the past couple of weeks I think have stabilized the roster, but it has been some kind of trying times for them in Prem a little bit. So it will be interesting to see, with picking up their first victory last week, if they can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, and the thing is with Horus, I think they're the only team in the Premiership that's suffered such a one-sided loss as well. And so, I mean, we touched on it a couple times before, that it being their first Prem season. Sure, you argue they're not expected to be this kind of top performer, but you need to at least put up some fight. You need to make sure that you don't end up in a position where you have this one season of Premiership and then just go out, because if this is a loss for them, this is solidifying their place at the bottom, right? I don't think there's any chance that anybody goes anywhere near it, right? Because even if they pick up a win next week, it would mean that Diabolus move two wins up, and then suddenly there's a bit of a distance to breach, and only one game to play.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. Let's see who is fighting for that Diabolus side, though, as we will move into the rosters and whatnot. Now, some very familiar names here. A little bit of kind of a mix coming in. You know, last season we had all the boys, Emil, Shine, Daddies, you know, the boys. They were nice lads. We met them. They were good. They were cool. But unfortunately not quite going to be here. Some of them are left behind, though. Ents and Lauti, again, the sort of package players. Hoy been floating around. A lot of kind of potential thrown his way in sort of the past year to 18 months kind of thing. Again, the peaks and troughs sort of thing. I think a really interesting lineup, though, that seemed to have gelled as time has gone on.
Yeah, and then of course you have Capers and Choi V7, who are a bit unknown in Choi V7, but Capers was an integral part of the Royals roster, which them imploding means that he's shipped off to Diabolus. He's joined the opposition.
Well, a little bit. Of course, we've got the other team coming up alongside them, the players that they're going to be battling against, Horus. Now, as we said, 0-5 on the board. There's a lot of kind of names in here, I think, that you do know, but I think that noise I just made sort of sums it up beautifully.
Yeah, that's pretty much the whole Prem season. Just
yeah.
I mean, leadership of B-Magic, he's a very, very smart guy. He's very well spoken, knows how to sort of sit down and walk things through with their team. And so I want to see him have success, which of course they haven't as of yet. But they've had some really good showings from their individuals as well.
Yeah, definitely. It has been interesting. There is that potential. They just need to kind of get over the final couple hurdles within games. Of course, we've got the veto coming up on your screens as well. Horus moving away from the Mirage really quickly. Certainly interesting. I suppose it's a map that Diabolus like to play quite a bit. I want to say they were more comfortable on the sort of nuke area last week as well. So it'll be interesting. It's still in there. Horus, I mean, they're not going to get the final vote is the thing as well. So, yeah, it does actually end up on Dust 2, which I feel the 05 boys could be a little happy about that. It's always risky picking Dust 2.
Yeah, it's an upset map, right? I mean, we talked, we briefly touched on it. They've got some really capable individuals. The structure is there, but it seems lacking in places that maybe they have an overarching idea, but they just lack the execution or maybe the right timings. And Dust 2 really, really in favor of just early and aggressive control of key points of contention. You look at middle, you look at long as well, and the CT sides can be pretty hectic to deal with because the economy is hard to manage. If the T's get rolling really early, they just get in your face, and you don't really get the time to set up and really make a counterplay. And I do think for both of these teams, it will come down to those T sides, right? Or I suppose on the other side of the coin, who has a better CT side or deals with the opponent's T side better?
Right, and I think, again, you talk about those individuals. It doesn't matter how far up you go, Dust 2 is always this individually based map where 1 or 2 players can just take over the action. And again, starting on that T side, getting the momentum going as a squad, but then having those 1 or 2 players you can rely on to entry or make sure you're getting consistent trade frags or maybe even winning clutches, things like that. It can be very difficult to deal with. I think ultimately that is the name of the game on Dust 2, is making sure that, I've talked about these momentum shifts that happen almost inevitably. I think making sure that the momentum never really swings in favor of your opponent for too long. Yeah, make sure you can get that foot back in the door, and that's where things kind of favor the T side. If there's a bit of a back and forth nature going on, then economy game, becoming a bit of a broken record on it. But of course, that's just the way that it works on Dust 2. It's almost the rawest form, I think, of CS that you can play within the game itself on this map. It allows for all kinds of areas to come to light, whether it be the economy game, whether it be basic CT setups or CT aggression or individuals or, even executes to an extent, but it doesn't go to any of the extremes of any of those things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is very much going to come down to who catches out who and who performs the best in the server today. Horus start on the CT side of things. B-Magic, a lot of pressure received. You can see the CT side pushed up top middle, but B-Magic is locking things down. 2 quick kills. Mr. Hoy is able to trade things out, but there'll be a man down for Horus to maybe operate with a bit more space here on the retake. Hoy does have the flank covered. Beach does get taken down, and as they progress through the doors, they get completely gunned down. The crossfire is too strong from Diabolus. Horus rely on Jack B.
Slowly moving in. And as soon as he checks around to that other side, Ent peeks in. The timing getting the best of him, and it will be the pistol going the way of Diabolus as to kind of be expected ultimately after the start that they had. So a pretty monstrous pistol coming in, really, really aggressive. And it works out. It works out. I mean, there were some good chances in there initially on the CT hold, but not able to keep it under wraps. This is where... This is where Dust 2 becomes a bit spicy, yeah. I think 4 is perhaps a bit much, especially because you've only got 1 CZ holding down B, and Luke, he's not able to find anything. Peggy up high, will get 1 traded back. Jack B land the headshot on the scout as well, though, keeping things interesting. Smoke going to come in, and that pretty much nullifies the scouts. They're going to try and go for some wallbangs here, I think, across the board, but nothing going to land. Bomb goes down, no armor, no utility. It's going to be hard, to say the least, right? Lauti is watching the window. Mac 10 should win that every day of the week. Bit too much shown of Jack B there. The nade finishes him off. It looks good initially, but damage control from Diabolus comes in. 2nd round in a row, and surviving with that bare minimum of 3.
Yeah, the ultimate counter to scope weapons, the smoke. And as soon as that went down, Horus had no way in.
Especially scoped single-fire weapons.
Yeah.
Like,
It's basically a deagle with more steps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to mention worse hipfire. Ooh, bit of a tag there from Capiz. He has a scout of his own to play with. Liked what his opponents brought to the table last round, so he tries it for himself. Again, it's a play into B rather quickly, and I suppose if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're fast, they find the kills they need to, and of course, because it's just a couple of pistols for Horus, nothing to be all too concerned about, not returning too much damage. I don't think they'll get too much accomplished either. The best I could hope for, really, is Capiz' scout, I'd assume. Well, they actually get it.
B-Magic. Not able to save it, though.
Yeah,
See you later.
lost as soon as they got it.
Yep. So, Diabolus coming in. We've had 3 rounds. It feels like it's only really been a couple minutes, if that.
Especially since we have so much slow play on Nuke. Like, the contrast,
juxtaposition is mad. It really is. But now we come into the first rifle round. This is where it begins to matter, right? This is where things start to change, you would think. Tag not quite landing. There's an AWP out for that CT side. Long pressure coming in. They're going fast. They're going aggressive. He's got a bit caught on the molly, but it's not burnt him. That's kind of weird for Ents, to say the least. However, long control achieved, but then Mr. Hoy just goes barreling through short, gets taken down. That's good control coming in for the CTs as well. BH going to hold that one down, and Well, looking relatively good here. However, Capers catches Jack. Peggy, though, follows the back end of Choi V7. Clean little headshot coming in. 4v3. As again, so very fast. So very fast with some of these kills and not really winding the clock down at all. Just hoping to find the openings. So CT sides come out on top. On the other side of the smoke is B-Magic as well. The Australian Mastermind's going to push through, but he's not able to find anything. Gets taken down. Clean headshot from BH from short. And it'll be back into a 3-on-2. So as soon as they feel like they've found a way in, they've evened things up at the very least. Not going to be the case. BH keeps on facing. Capers is capitalizing on these aggressive positions. They're just out in the open. Not able to land it. Bomb going to go down. I mean, it's just so different from the first map. So aggressive across the board. BH tapping his teammate down. Surely now it should be going the way of Diabolus. And yeah, they're just going to save. But Capers, the recent player coming in, I mean, he looks good. He looks good. He picks up a 3K and Diabolus are in with their 4th. Slightly closer, but then also not in the same kind of sense. It's weird.
Yeah.
At the moment.
I almost think as well, it's something that I wanted to touch on just before in the pregame, but we got into the action so quickly, is that Capers always seemed like he was comfortable on Dust 2. In every lineup that I've seen him play on, the team has picked Dust 2 fairly actively. I mean, you look at Fierce when it was first conceived, they were quite good on the map. Of course, Swaggy was a part of that team as well at one point. He's quite proficient on this map as well. Then you look at Royals, which were more pug-oriented. That definitely suits their playstyle as well. And coming into Diabolus, maybe he's bringing a couple of those strategies with him, that same sort of proficiency and that comfort in this as a map pick. I mean, this ended up at the end of the veto. So, I mean, Horus, if they weren't comfortable, wouldn't have left this in here. Maybe that's indicative of not being comfortable on too many maps of late.
Nice timed peek. However, the double nade going to chunk him down a fair amount. Lauti as well had picked up a kill earlier on. It cost him a lot of HP though. Capers, saw that player not quite able to cut him off. The information at the very least coming in. Hoy is too low and gets caught in transition. Not ideal. It will be the man advantage going back in favor of Horus then, and Ents is somewhat slower here, right? B-Magic charging up long, that information, or charging towards long, I should say. That information going to come in, but he doesn't fancy his chances. But Ents, that's the play, that's the marker, as he's in behind enemy lines. B-Magic thought it was safe, and B-Magic, he's been heard, and he will be seen, and he will go 6 feet under. So 3-on-2 swung back in favor of Diabolus, and Horus for just a second you start to believe getting a bit overzealous, getting a bit unlucky in places, and it's back in favor of the T side as soon as it's, you know, seemingly in the hands of the CTs. We'll see. Okay, maybe we won't. BH going to cleanly get taken down, and the flash came in. Luke's a bit late. He's low HP. Lauti's watching the flank. Horus again early on showing real holes in this defense.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that just don't go right for Horus, right? I mean, B-Magic clears the lower tunnels, he finds Mr. Hoy, and he thinks, all right, that's it done, the B-side's clear, don't need to worry about it, I'm just going to push and contain them in towards middle. And as soon as his teammate, I think it was Peggy that got caught out, goes down, he starts to think, okay, I need to compensate, and Lauti was unmoving. He was holding the flank just in case that came through, which of course it did, and things just kind of cascade from there. Just these decisions that are made as a result of Diabolus finding picks play almost into their hands. That's going to continue as you'd expect in this round because it's just pistols.
I think the thing is as well for Diabolus, they're kind of really dictating the pace and the way that things go. Even in that previous round, they were the ones that found the first kill, so it's constantly Horus trying to compensate, pick up the pieces, regain map control, and that desperation, that panic leads you to make mistakes, right? And I think that's what we saw in the previous round there, massively. BH caught off by the flank, of course, of Mr. Hoy. Oh, awkward.
Yeah, didn't make the jump.
Now, we had this thing last week, right? Adam Dinko, of course, kept calling him Dr. Hoy. So I'm really trying my best not to... Because the thing is as well, isn't it like, if you go so far through education, you actually go back to being a mister? Does that make sense? Like if you're a consultant or something.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. I'm not an expert. Either way, it doesn't look like Jack B's very sure. He was kind of still quick switching as he was going through that smoke there. Wasn't prepared for a player to be right on the other side of it. And Ents is going to find a pretty easy frag. Again, though, that's the kind of play that where he goes barreling through. I think there was a flash behind him, but it's like... He's getting traded. At the
Yeah.
very least, he's getting traded with that sort of a play, that sort of an angle that he was on.
You rely on that one flashbang doing so much for you,
Yeah,
right?
and there's so much utility coming over the top. You've got to expect a
Some
lot of
players
presence.
and some people will be playing anti-flash because there's 2 smokes down it long. So, yeah, it's a lot of eggs in one basket.
A lot of things that need to go right. And unfortunately, none of it did. None of it did at all. I think the flash might have blinded some players, but he goes down. I do like this setup towards middle, however. They might not be expecting the AWP up close. Peggy, oh, that's the old classic. Don't get caught rotating nades. Louty throws a molly and then a HE. He's got no time with his weapon out. He gets picked up. Peggy, though, jumping the gun, getting aggressive, throwing the lead away. We'll see here. Luke will manage to find one from default. Peeks out. It's actually not all him. BH has come in to help out, but all the same, K-Piz now finds himself in a 1-on-2 after this round has been recovered back by the Horus boys. Certainly a risky one, certainly some issues in places, certainly still room for K-Piz to take it. 15 seconds. Smoke going to dissipate here in at the double doors. He'll start to creep around. He's got no idea where they're at. Finds a clean headshot, though, onto the high HP. But Luke with the good timing. He's hidden away. He was towards back plat, earlier on in the round. Thank God nobody spotted him in transition under window, and it will be Horus finding their first round. It is so costly. It is so close, but they finally get one on the board.
Yeah, great defense on that B-bomb site from Luke JM as well as Beej that were just gunning them down and made it so that the distraction play from K-Piz turns out to be a player that is completely separated from the aggression. I mean, there has to be more rounds like it.
Oh.
A great recovery, like you said, in the late round. And oh, Choi had the opportunity to open up the round, maybe gifted another one. Beej was looking for it, but thinks better of it now as he's lost all support towards long. He is the one to hold on to this position, but Ents has crept his way out. Beej unsuspecting, didn't even get to use any of the utility that he had.
I was going to say,
will counter-aggress on short.
I was going to say as well, sorry to interrupt, but it looked like he was unseen.
Yeah.
And yet, Diabolus still got the good protocols, still got the good sense to check their angles. And here it is, utility being expended in that middle. There's a player behind K-Piz to make sure he's got some cover to do that. They seem to be together. They're employing the buddy system really, really well, and it's working out quite effectively. I believe Jack has been heard, maybe not. He takes out Ents, he spins around, but there's too many players to be dealing with. Unfortunately, the smoke is his worst enemy. A deep one comes in towards CT. That's going to eliminate Peggy's scout, and Luke is the only one, really, that can get anything done in this round. Still on full HP, although tagged down slightly after his fight with K-Piz. Peggy, though, is 3 HP. I mean, a gust of wind, and he's out. Flash comes over the top. Choi has not spotted them out and not spotted the cross, importantly, right? So Luke is ready for that peak to come in. All going to be onto Mr. Hoy. They're very low. The bomb is somewhat planted for him. He finds the first. Luke, however, is on it. He doesn't quite have the line. Oh, he's so very close. But Luke is going to get away with the defuse. Inches away was Mr. Hoy's crosshair, but not going to land it. He only needed one as well. It was on the right level, yeah? On the right level for his head, but, vertically, but not horizontally. That is so very close. And Horus, again, counting their lucky stars as they manage to string a couple together.
And it comes down to another 1v1. I mean, you can see how costly it's and strenuous this is on the CT side economy. Their buy is not the greatest. Sure, they have an AWP in play, but the T side, because they've had so many clean rounds back to back to back, it's going to be continuous buys in response. And this time, it's the first kill going the way of Diabolus. We saw before when they had that early string that even when they found those early picks, they didn't always accelerate. They were, like you said, dictating the pace quite well into the mid-round. And so far, these past couple of rounds have been good recoveries from the CT side. B-Magic in at ramp does get spotted out, does get Molotov out of position as well. Meanwhile, his teammates are falling around him on the rotations. Luke JM and Peggy low HP, but B-Magic is still alive and kicking it. Could actually go for the jumping peak. Okay, actually does get taken down. But now into the 3-on-2, but only by a slither of health are these two players.
Yeah, goes for the jumping peak at the wrong time. Goes for the push out of the smoke at the wrong time. Everything going right for Diabolus in this initial 4-on-2 and 7 combined HP. Not a chance after losing that first player. Bit overkill with the headshot. Oh my goodness, but crisp with him. Lands a good couple. A 4K coming in for Mr. Hoy, in fact, and Diabolus able to win that 4-on-2. A really important round, a really key round. Timeout coming in here, I would have thought from Horus. You know, it was looking good. They were starting to string them together. Very quickly, though, the issue, as I always say in situations like this, you know, we've casted a fair amount together.
Yeah.
Perhaps too little too late. I know it's very early on in the game, but 6 rounds in a row before you're able to pick one up, it's worrisome. I suppose it is the T side of Dust 2. There is still that room. Horus definitely could pull things out, and we've kind of alluded to the fact that their structure is perhaps not the best.
Yeah.
And that CT side, I think, if there is not a solid structure to it, can be very troublesome for you. But again, spending more money here. Peggy going to pick up a scout. The loss bonus is not quite as much as you would like to be going for this. So I don't know, it's somewhat risky. There's some Deagles dotted in there, I guess, for some of the richer players. B-Magic go charging forward with the Zeus. Okay. Timing going to be there for the T side. Maybe if he'd have held the corner, he could have found something, and that sparks the push. That sparks the aggression. And Diabolus cleaning up house.
Yeah, tried to make the Zeus work, but instead it's Diabolus they get electrified. And Peggy can't get anything as he attempts a ambitious push through the smoke. This is going to shape up to be a rather clean state of affairs for Diabolus. Another one at that, as they've had many advantages on that T side. Mr. Hoy actually team killed Choi instead of Beach going down, so I guess that's next level thinking. He stopped his opponent from getting the bonus money, but I've seen so many times Choi has been team killed. He got team killed last week. He got team killed the week before as well. He's been team killed again. Nobody likes Choi.
There is a constant target on his back, unfortunately.
It's not even his opponents. It's his own team.
You sound like you're really going to bat for him.
There's no love for Choi, man.
Yeah. Show him some love, man. He needs it. He really needs it. Okay. Aggression up middle, though. Coming in from Peggy. I think Choi has spotted this one out. We'll see. Is he going to be showing some love here? He is. Oh, okay.
That's awkward.
He finds it, and then the classy inspect after you've fluffed it, but you pull it back. Joke's on the other guy. Hoy clean spray down though. We'll find one. Not ready for Beach, so he will get traded back. However, the hit itself is coming into the B bomb site, and Luke once again on this AUG, looking so very good, so very strong. Picks up 3, runs out of ammo, gets taken down as he's dropping down. And Choi goes a bit early off the back of the smoke. Jack is making quick work, easy work of that. A 3rd round for Horus, as again, they rely somewhat on Luke to step up over on the B side of things, been playing that anchor position perfectly, and looking really, really good. However, it can be very difficult to rely on those individuals round after round after round to continue to step up, because there's a very simple solve is, okay, he's doing well on B, let's go A. Or let's mid to B split it so he's kind of sweating a bit, instead of all coming in from the same choke point. Do believe this is the tack pause for Horus. Good to see from them. They recognize, again, they've been given a bit of an opportunity to come back into things.
And that's the thing. Like, if you identify that there's one problem player, the team that has that player that's causing so many issues for the opposition will start to think, okay, maybe I need to make a change as well, because I need to try and alleviate some of the pressure, the stress from my teammates. Do I start making a rotation earlier instead of just playing that anchor position like he has been? Because when Diabolus have been going towards the A-bomb site as of late, it has been a little bit more labored. It hasn't been as clean as the couple of rounds that they've had over at the B-bomb site. Timeout ends, and it's still Diabolus who find the opening pick. Horus have been doing a great job about recovering these rounds, but they need to be able to show some consistency here. Pushing through the smoke one by one. Jack B is found 2. Luke as well has chimed in with a kill on the extremities of the map, and B-Magic pushing through. They have the advantage, and it's an easy enough one for Diabolus to pick up, but they have to slow things down, and they somewhat stagnate out at long, and that means that Choi and Ents are trapped. It is now just Ents. It is Jack B that finishes off the triple kill. He is low, though. That Molotov might push him out, might burn him alive. I think he's safe.
It is a tough spot to be in, though, for Ents. Push forwards. Probably get taken down. Move backwards, and you might get caught off guard. Does manage to find himself a smoke, another as well. So an opportunity to do some damage. Oh, missed shot from Peggy. That kind of gives things away. However, it creates room for Luke in on the site itself, and the 4th round for Horus. So Diabolus again, this kind of aggressive, almost disrespectful sort of play from them, in the sense that it's a classic, right? Pause has just come in. Let's rush somewhere.
Yep.
And it starts off really well, but then a great adaptation from Jack to just kind of come in and around the smoke, not expecting that.
And the thing is, they threw a smoke to secure the wall of smokes over it long. They wanted Diabolus to slow down, but instead they tried to throw a spanner in the works. They tried to instead no, we're not going to slow down. We see your smoke and we raise you this. We're going to push through.
Yeah.
And Horus were completely ready for it. So it's that small change, that one bit of utility as well that really forced them into that. But I mean, this is a round that Diabolus really shouldn't be taking because it was a scrappy buy coming into things, but they found pick after pick after pick, it seems.
Well, look, we are maybe 30 seconds, coming up to 40 seconds into the round, and it's a 5v1. It's a 5v0. We're sort of finishing off our points. They've already made it into middle, right? And they're super, super aggressive. And you kind of think, on the Horus side of things, okay, it didn't work for them in the last round. They're not going to do it again. Why would they? And they go, well, look, rushing long didn't work.
Let's rush
but rushing mid might work, you know. And until they have dried and they'll just go on to the repeat. It's like, maybe take it a bit slower in this round, but they're actually like, you know, we just rushed mid. That worked. Let's do it again, or at the very least make it seem like we're going to do it again and draw some attention towards middle. Fast, angry, aggressive, that's the name of the game. Can be risky against the pistols, especially because ultimately they're walking into somewhat of a stack. However, they seem to have heard our concerns, slowing things down a little. So still losing players, but keeping the advantage. Meanwhile, Veloce on the other side of things, having a stormer of a game, by the way, 14-5. He's discovered that it's completely clear. But another one of these fast rounds, another one. It is almost, you know, kind of disrespectful. It's like, it doesn't matter. You could be, the way that they're playing at the moment, you could be Team Liquid, you could be Astralis, you could be GT, whatever, man. We're still going to do the same thing because it's just the way that we play. We like to play our own game, and it's working against Horus for the most part. Every now and then, you know, they come in and pick up a couple, but then the momentum shifts back in favor of Diabolus, and it comes back to the 6 rounds in a row, making all the difference.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure whether Capus is calling. I'd assume he is, but it's something I've picked his brains about before. In that, if he knows it's an underdog matchup, if he knows, I mean, and he will coming into this, that Horus are kind of the expected losers of this game, given that they are the bottom of the league. They've had the worst loss so far in this season as well. He understands that playing disrespectful Counter-Strike, especially to a team like this that will attempt to be more structured and try and outwit their opponents. Just getting in your face, it means that you don't get to set up that plan.
Making things difficult, making life awkward, and yeah, it's okay. We just took down someone watching surely the middle area. I'm going to try and get aggressive. And you know, Horus in this round, they're attempting to fight fire with fire. It's a 4v4. It's looking a bit more doable, but it's, look, you caught us off guard. Now I will catch you off guard, you know, and they're really taking leaves out of their opponent's books. However, they're just everywhere, right? It's like, okay, we got one guy at mid, one guy's died B, one guy's died short, one guy's died T-spawn.
We've got a flanking the flanker.
Yeah, it's like, how do you read into this, you know? And that's the ultimate thing. If you are unpredictable, you can never be read. You can never be outwitted, as you yourself kind of said. Although, if you are aiming like that,
you can't get out aimed.
Looks good. Mr. Hoy, spots out one, kind of needs to find that headshot. Actually taking down the high HP, the rifle player. It'll be all onto Peggy. He's down to the pistol, but he's missing shots left, right, and center. 14 HP, pulls the AWP back out, getting desperate, and Hoy plays that clutch perfectly, you know, in and around the box. You can't touch him. You can't get him. Pistol, AWP, Peggy's panicking. 11-4 on the half. A big 1v2 as well to secure not only double digits, but even further. A very, very dominant first half coming in from Diabolus.
This is a poll that makes sense as well. Over on Twitter, we had so many last week that I was just like, I don't know why you guys are voting the other way. But this one makes sense through and through. 65-35 in favor of Diabolus. Of course, if you want to join the conversation, you can over at ESL UK. But I mean, this is more so what we would expect from this matchup. And I guess it is kind of reflected in the scorelines as well. I mean, we touched upon it just in the pregame, just how instrumental having a good T side can be on this map. And really, the true test comes down to how well you hold things and control your own economy on the CT side of things, which Diabolus will now have a chance to prove that they are not just the T-sided rush team, whether they can pull the pistol as well.
It's about to be an absolute bloodbath. What has happened here? That's a little bit mental. Capes holding things passively. I mean, they'll get the site control via short, but the A bomb site on Dust 2, kind of one of the easier ones in the game to retake. You're not going to be expecting 3 players from long as well. Luke, you know, he's going to face. He's going to keep on facing. Now he's spotted out all 3, and you know what? He's backing off. He's finding the shots as well. Peggy, meanwhile, on the back end of things has found one. Beach, what has happened? I don't understand this round. 4v4 to begin things at middle. Okay, which from the T side is maybe not unorthodox. From the CT side is somewhat out there. Then we get players on top of each other.
It was a 3v5.
Yeah, they've got the advantage.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, cool. We know what we're going to do. We're going to retake A. And then it's just as that one player, that bloody Luke JM, can't kill him.
And he was the problem player for them on the CT side as well, right? When he was on the defensive over at B, he was doing so much work finding lockdown, spray downs, and just being such an overall nuisance. And I suppose that transfers over towards the T side of things. But the problem for Horus in this round is that the bomb is in T spawn. Sure, they found the majority of the kills and the majority of the problems have dissipated, but that gets very dangerous.
Yeah, again, nothing is ever easy for either of these teams, especially Horus, right? However, they didn't spend a great deal there. Diabolus kind of respect and also wanting to get the rifles out as quickly as possible, giving very, very little breathing room across to Horus after picking up the pistol, and it's immediately straight back on. The relentless pressure of the Devils, and we'll see whether it pays off. Horus may be taking a leaf out of the book of their opponents. It looked like it was going to be a B split, but of course, the ever unpredictable Dust 2 that it is unfolding here. It's going to be B Magic charging forward with the MP7. Ultimately, I think he understands his role, trying to create team space. And Luke is really kind of chiming in, really looking good. We have a bit of action over at middle, because it's happening all over the shop. You really got to feel for Jakey on the observing. But all the same, 3v3. Bomb plant coming in, is it? Yeah, it looks like it. Luke's going to find Hoy as he goes for a wide swing. Choi over at long on this FAMAS, going to get tagged down slightly. There's no kits available for the Diabolus side. Are they still going to go for it? Of course they are. Louty's going to flash himself through a smoke. Is that what he's going to go for? No, he's waiting patiently. Down goes Choi, though, and surely Louty looks to save this. 1 on 3. He's got like 10 seconds to play with before you know, he has to get on the bomb. Not really going to happen. So Horus, like I said, leaf out of the book of Diabolus, and it worked perfectly for them. B Magic, though, you got to respect it, right?
Yeah.
Playing that just bait me role. He understands.
Yeah, he's not been having the sharpest game, but doesn't really need to if his team are able to get the space required to take the bomb site. So like you said, just fulfilling a role. Obviously, if he gets a couple of kills, that's ideal as well, but it doesn't always work out like that. Instead, it's Luke JM that finds the majority of those frags, as he has been doing for the side so far in this game already. 21-13 for Luke JM, and he continues his good form. Doesn't matter which side of the map he's on, he's come to play, and he wants to get Horus their first win. Still 4 rounds down on these pistols. Oh, first opportunities missed. Capis eventually tracks him down. It is just upgraded pistols for the CT side. Meanwhile, over at long, a lot of space is being created. Again, it's simultaneous pushes kind of everywhere along the map. Choi is able to get one, duck and weave between the boxes, and he does so much damage. That opens up the round now. I mean, Capis just needs to land 1 shot each for any of these 2 players on the site. Beige is completely isolated and separated from his teammates. And there's an ult for Louty to play with. There's the opening kill. They're going to be incredibly incentivized to go for this.
Oh, no scope misses, left on 1 HP as well. It's so close. Quick deagle, Glock around the corner. A messy one. And an off angle from Luke will catch Capers off guard. So, yeah, makes sense to go for it. They've got the money. It comes close. Horus able to come out on top of things. And BGC was kind of isolated, but he was isolated in the right spot. The fact that he has
one of the ways in.
Right. He's able to cut them off, and it's going to be difficult finding, you know, walking in through CT, looking upwards. The retake from short is not terrible if you've got utility and whatnot for a CT side, but coming in from CT, there's so many different levels to deal with. Either way, fast round coming through here into the first official rifle round of this second half. Louty going to find 1, going to find 2. Will be traded back. Capis is here in quick toe, however, to keep that man advantage rolling. The molly comes in. He doesn't care. He finds another. And Jack B is the lurking ult presence on A. I think maybe trying to play the long-range angle, you know, trying to cut off some mid-rotations, but it doesn't look like he's really going to get much of a chance. 2 quick frags coming in, though. Don't give him the faces. Capis is low, not that it matters. It's all about the confidence for this man. The smoke going to come down. Buys a bit more time for the CT side. There's plenty of time for Jack to play with, plenty of utility for him to play with as well. The only thing is, you know, that bomb being in an awkward spot, taking his time somewhat. Going to go for a bit of a line up here.
Trying to smoke off the tunnels.
I think someone's telling him.
He's like, this pillar? No, the other pillar.
Someone's kind of telling him, you know, because
that's it.
He stopped as well. But okay, so he lands. It's all good. The direction is there. The blind leading the blind, but all the same. Through the smoke goes K-Piz, lands the tag. Not very much damage. Doesn't want to show too much towards Closet. That is so close. Molly going to go in. Forces him out, even though it's not really sound. So many missed shots from Jack, though, and eventually the Devil catches up with you. Diabolus will get the 12th round, and they will finally manage to get one in the second half. And that's where the 11-4 first half comes into play.
Yeah, I think the initial idea is that Jack B goes for that long pick. If he gets a kill, it draws attention away, maybe causes a rotate towards A. Meanwhile, the B rush is happening, but it doesn't work out like that at all. A lot of things feel like they needed to have lined up perfectly for Horus for a round like that to have worked out. And of course, Diabolus do end up taking it. Though it did get a little bit scary. Jack B is definitely capable on the AWP as he's shown, but he sometimes doesn't even get the chance to shoot back. A double nade in towards long. It is a 2-man advantage for Diabolus, as they will likely know as well that Horus are making their way on towards the A site.
Yeah, it's a very stringy buy here from Horus as well, so it doesn't set them up in great stead into the future. They've not found a single kill yet. They won't find a single kill at all. It is super clean dominance towards what could be the beginning of the end for Horus in more ways than one, unfortunately. Again, yet to have a game on the board, so yeah, this is looking dire. This is looking very dire. Loss bonus slightly stacked up, but not really. Bomb plant comes in, gives them a bit of cash, but not enough. And they'll be forced onto yet another weak bye. Diabolus, this is really their chance to solidify themselves, to look strong, and maybe begin to close things out.
And we talk about Dust 2 being a very individual-styled map, right? Or very individual-oriented, in that a couple players or one player can have such a dominant display, just take over the game for you. Luke JM is trying his heart out. I mean, he's doing extremely well for the side. No one else really joining him up anywhere near him to the top side of the scoreboard. Meanwhile, Diabolus have a couple of players hovering around that same amount of frags, so has really come down to individual abilities. Of course, there's teamwork on display as well, but a rush in towards the B bomb site doesn't seem...
Wait a minute.
Is he actually gonna? He's actually gonna go for the knife.
They didn't hear him. I guess all the utility coming in, hidden away. Ooh. Choi's checking it. Choi's watching.
Is he scoped? If he's scoped, this could be dangerous. But
he does have a teammate behind him. Oh. Time.
Peekaboo.
Yeah, shows himself, and now he's screwed. He can't get out of there. It's also a Molotov in hand for Choi.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness, that's a little spicy. Choi gets it, but Jack B snuck in behind him, you know, and could have got the right click in. Real salt in the wound, though. That's not very nice.
Yeah, it's like
walking away with egg on his. He had a great idea. He's like, "Look at this, boys.
I'm gonna knife him."
And actually,
yeah,
awkward. Very awkward indeed. It's a funny moment, though. You can only help but laugh at that if you are on the receiving end. Nice angle from K-Piz, but doesn't actually find the kill. Peggy quick into the draw. Oh, the timing is absolutely perfect for Luke as well. The first player pulled a nade out, then kind of gets in the way of the trade opportunity. And there it is, just being caught off guard. Jack makes quick work up short, capitalizing. It's a very fast, very lucky round in a sense, and B Magic from the back end hits a quick one. 8 to 21. 12 ADR? Or
yeah, no, I think that's accurate.
Is that maybe for the second half? I hope. I'm not sure.
Either way, that's a 9th round for Horus, and a one that kind of cascades off of that that double kill from Luke JM. Close to double digits now. They're closing the distance. Money is beginning to dwindle on the Diablo side. There should still be another buy in the tank.
I mean, we just saw how dominant the T side was from Diabolus as well. You can definitely get that momentum going. Ooh, not if you're failing.
I don't know if that's on design. Oh, okay, never mind. The secondary smoke is faded.
Yeah, this is slightly awkward then. It gives a bit of room to ent. He does manage to get one. It's traded back. They've cleared out the B bomb site. Choi's in on the AWP. Trying to make things spicy. But I don't know, with that bomb going down and with very little control of like the B ramp, of the upper tunnels.
I do believe the ADR is for the half so far, because Troy's on 24 as well.
Yeah,
so.
okay. Alright, makes a bit more sense.
Yeah. Oof.
B Magic, I mean...
Yeah, if that...
I mean, literally just like, you know, firing 1 bullet for those 8 kills and cleaning things up. But no, not going to be the case. So there you are. All good.
I remember quite a long time ago, I played a League official and I had a teammate that went and had 7 ADR on the T side. And I was just like, if you just shoot a Glock at somebody every round,
Yeah.
hit 1 bullet a round, you'd get that same ADR.
Yeah.
Or even higher.
I can't comment.
It's
So
rough.
there's video evidence of me out there.
No, yeah, I've seen.
Yeah, it's not.
It seemed like a good time.
Yeah, it's all fun, isn't it? It's all fun.
Horus looking to get themselves into good strides, find themselves in a bit more of a light-hearted move, have some fun themselves, maybe pick up a first win. Of course, it's still a bit of a long road to get there, as Diabolus are within touching distance. 14 to 10. A couple more rounds would seal it here on that CT side of our devilish lineup. And again, Horus take control very early on, this time not met by any presence from the CTs. No opening duels, no opening faces for either side as of yet. And a much more sort of bog-standard round from both the teams as well. No early commitments, no overzealous peaks. Playing more for the late round. Ooh. Bit of tag damage done on towards Ents. Shot in the foot. He does reposition off the back of it, thinks his position has been given up. Of course, they would see the blood spatter as well, so they'd know that he would have been in a spot like that.
Yeah, after the fact, so he can't really stick around. But all to play for at this point. I think everybody knows it. It's slowed way, way down. It's been such a fast game from these two teams, and yeah, just the pace really changing up. This is a nice setup on the A bomb site, though. Ent's going to be holding the headshot angle at ramp. He's happy to let them come. K-Piz peeks out at the right time to chime in. Choi on the AWP, looking good on the other side of the map. However, it's this flank coming in from long that could make all the difference. Jack, you've got to go huge. He misses the shot. His teammates have gone down. He's 1 on 3. His timing's not quite there. They line up slightly. He's not quite able to find it, but my goodness, it's so very close. Can't land the double scope flick, but he's able to get across. Gets dinked for his trouble. What is going on? I think he got legged, actually. Jack, though, trying to hold Choi. Is he going to jump up? He jumps up himself. Takes out K-Piz, but on the pistol, Choi knew that he tagged him up. Gets the 15th on the board for Diabolus. And my goodness, again, it is so close. They are not making these rounds easy for each other. But Diabolus, off the back of, again, that strong first half, a nice individual step up. They will get the 15th. 5 rounds to play with as well to clean things up.
Oh, that was so awkward as well, because the first kill that Jack B gets in that endeavor is because Diabolus are blocking themselves in at that box. There's not enough room to work with. And Jack B has been doing a great job in those sort of clutch-ish situations, making things interesting, showing his proficiencies on the AWP. Luke JM again takes the round into his own hands. 2 quick kills, that gives them some space, and they stampede out in towards the B bomb site. First kill is there, but they don't check Lauti. He still goes uncleared in towards the B bomb site. That's now the bomb dropped on the floor, and another clutch opportunity for Jack to maybe come away with.
Or maybe. He needs to. There's no uncertainty about it. He's got to be fully certain of himself in a situation like this. It's so important for Horus. They need this first game on the board. Oh, and through the smoke is how it finishes. Ents goes for the random spray down. I mean, they had so much control, timing as well in his minds. He knows he could be around. He's got a teammate in tow to help him out. And ultimately, he didn't commit that many bullets. It was only 5 or 6, and they all landed perfectly. So yes, that is a nasty way to lose the game, but lose all the same, Horus will. Diabolus going to get the win on the board. They're second as well coming in, second in a row. Yep. So looking pretty good towards the tail end of the Premiership here. Meanwhile, Horus, I mean, I can't 100% say, but surely that's not going to put them up into very good stead in the relegation areas. The fact that they've not got any on the board, maybe if they already had one, they were looking for their second. The fact they don't have anything makes it really, really difficult.
Yeah, I think more so this looks to maybe serve as a platform for some of the individuals. Sure, as a team, they haven't really done well in the Premiership, but we've seen how impactful some of them can be, right? Yeah. Jack B specifically, Luke JM in that specific game just going off, but not able to pull up the numbers that were necessary were the rest of the team that kind of faltered, right? I mean, you can have this one player that's doing so well, consistently finding multi-frags, but you need to be able to provide that support. You can't rely on him solely to be your star man.
Yes, indeed. I mean, pretty damn close towards the end, I have to say. T-sides making all the difference. But of course, we're going to have to leave that game there. It will indeed be the match to watch coming up next, though. Endpoint up against Fierce. You would be a fool to miss it. We'll see you after the break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Premiership, powered by Intel, of course. Now, that last game, I don't know, it was pretty spicy. There were some interesting moments in there. Ended up being 16-10, kind of went the way that we expected. But all the same, it was kind of interesting how Horus, almost pulled it back. The 6 rounds at the start, though, that Diabolus were able to get in a row made all the difference.
Yeah. Especially because they got them so cleanly, right? Because they had that economic buffer. When Diabolus started to lose a few rounds, they were able to buy back consistently, and so that pressure was consistently applied throughout the whole game. I mean, it's a tough loss to face if you're Horus, right? It needed to be your first win just for maybe the chance to avoid relegation. They have the worst map difference probably in one singular map specifically. That was against Vexed, 16-1. And so that would play on the standings a little bit, I imagine, as well. But now it is pretty much a certainty that they are our bottom placing team.
Yeah, not really ideal, but we've got something that you, of course, at home can get involved in. It is that player of the match vote over at ESL UK, as you can see there on Twitter. For me, I feel like maybe Mr. Hoy, he was pretty spicy. Luke tried his damnedest, but unfortunately it was not quite enough. But gonna have to leave that game where it is, all right? We've had the 2 games towards the bottom end. They have impressed. They have left, obviously, some people with a bit of a sour taste in their mouth, but this indeed is the rub your hands together game. It's going to be super, super, super interesting. Not a single team here has lost yet. Endpoint up against Fierce, of course. Goodness me, it is all to play for, right? They're undefeated, okay?
Yeah.
But there is that caveat that Endpoint have got a game in hand, as they say. So this matchup therefore becomes even more important for Fierce especially, but also Endpoint. Of course, moving into the rosters relatively quickly. Let's kind of leave it there with Endpoint. I think you don't want to touch too much on what's happened stability-wise, but they have looked good in the season, obviously, having yet to drop a map.
And they're players that really don't need any introduction. We've seen consistent performances from Russ, Thomas, Mighty Max is back in, Robin has been a consistent factor within the ESL Premiership for quite some time, and Pulse alongside with them. Meanwhile, on the side of Fierce, things do get more mixed up, but also a similar kind of story. We don't need to introduce these players because they are so well known and so respected within the scene. There's Mr. Consistency on the field with Mr. Fry, but then they have as well Impulse, Artis, Jenko, and Astro as well joining the front. And Astro has been one that is consistently surprised because sometimes he has quite quiet showings, but this season in particular it feels like he's really stepped up into his own.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be interesting to see how these 2 teams clash, how things end up going. So much fragging power, so much consistency within the lineups. It's really, really important for both of them. The pressure on to keep performing, expectations to do well. And it's actually kind of hard to call when you look at the lineups themselves, regardless of the momentum and whatnot. Of course, getting into the map veto here, Vertigo, interesting. Endpoint goes straight to it. They performed quite well last week, but then Fierce in the past have shown with a lot of these, similar players that they themselves can play it. And again, getting rid of these puggy maps in the middle of the veto as well.
Yeah, Overpass being removed from Fierce isn't too surprising because it doesn't seem like that is their strongest suit. Robin can be quite deadly on that map, but we do move over to an Inferno, which is about as good as it gets. I mean, both of these teams are really comfortable on this map. Both of them are really well versed. Inferno, that sort of legendary best-of-3 decider map as well. And what a better way to decide who ends up still undefeated in the Premiership than in this particular piece of territory.
It is going to be very interesting, very, very exciting. Do be sure on Twitter, give us the hashtag ESLPrem, give us your thoughts, let us know how you think this one is going to go, and get voting as well at ESL UK. There'll be that poll going on. You can vote for your favourite team, whoever you think is going to win in this matchup. I am super interested. Inferno, for me, is probably one of my favourite maps to cast, okay, starting off, so there's that. I'm excited for that. The 2 teams have both performed really well in the past, as orgs, as these particular teams themselves across this season as well. I believe they've both played it at least once in there, so it should be really interesting. But this is what I talked about at the top of the show, where you have these more stable rosters, where you're kind of more sorted and ready for things. you remove the Mirage, you remove the Dust 2. Vertigo, in a sense, you can kind of leave it as a bit more of an upset kind of map as well. It's evolving, you know, it's changing. Maybe it's going to have a bit more structure in the future as it has, you know, ramped up and become a bit more interesting. But Inferno is this map where structure is everything. The T-side rotations, the mid-round calls are so interesting as well to watch. And although it was a completely different lineup for the most part, the last time I saw Endpoint play this map, it was beautiful. It was CS artistry. It was fantastic from them.
Yeah, it's one of the few maps in which, because it's been in the pool for so long and teams have practiced the protocols, a lot of that innovative from the top level of the scene, just globally, right? I mean, we've had so many different kind of eras dominated with this map pool in mind. We have the likes of Astralis, you have the likes of Liquid as well that are so dominant on this map. There's so much for these teams and players to work off of in terms of structure and how they should approach the map that it just trickles down so magnificently. And I remember that particular game we casted, just how much we harped on the mid-round decision-making from Endpoint, and we'll see how much that carries over because they've still got the core in Pulse and Mighty Max as well.
Right, I was just about to mention, and Mighty Max being a bit more of a leading voice, so to speak.
Ooh, we actually have Tudson in place of Artis as well.
This will be interesting. See whether that affects things. Double utility, though, for the T-side, going towards Shaw and Moto, leaving Russ all by himself. He gets one, but he gets naded out. So it will be back very quickly into a 4-on-4. And I think, interestingly enough, right, you spot there, that gives a smoke across to the T-side. From the pit, another Moto smoke. So going to keep Tudson out, force everybody else down short. Max takes a bit more nade damage. He throws one in return and trades about the same onto Jenko. But a very slow retake underway at the moment. Jenko, though, in the pit position, has retrieved this P2K. Is only good for one, so at least keeping things interesting here on the CT side of things. Again, trades keep on coming back in. Tudson, though, barreling forwards, is left in a one-on-one. Low HP onto Impulse. Spots out the head. Oh, can't quite land it. Did he run out of ammo? I'm not quite sure.
HP.
I think he might have done. If you look, the retrieved USP to rub salt in the wound from Impulse was 0-2, so he ran out of ammo in the magazine. And is very lucky. I almost instinctively said clip, but I'm sure a lot of people would have sent me some very angry messages. Yeah, to my Twitter, @ScrivCasts.
Wow.
Nice.
Nice.
Shameless.
But that is as close as it gets, right? I mean, Tudson makes it such an interesting endeavor, almost comes away with it, but 4 HP is all that was left on Impulse. And you can see that they're more than happy to force buy right into this. It means they do get a stronger first gun round, but there's always that upset potential as well on this map. These pistols can be so deadly, even with the skimped out weaponry. The utility is certainly going to be there. Smokes on every single one of these players. They can buy time, but fast play in from Astro. The flash gets nobody, but actually is able to come away with 2 frags. Russ able to chime back with 1, but jumping straight through, it's Fry to trade things right back. And so Fierce are able to get a handle of things. They take the A bomb site. The remaining Endpoint players located at B.
They had this information, though, that we had, right? The Deagles could make quick work of some of these players, but obviously they're not going to know how much damage has been done quite yet. So instead opting for also a smart play, you know, to save what they've got into the next round, what with the fact that there's going to be no money for the rest of the team to buy anything. But yeah, overall, I think a very awkward round for the Endpoint A defenders to deal with.
Yeah, they thought they had a better timing because they just threw that smoke in towards mid, so they thought maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds bought for them. Maybe they could cycle out those smokes and continue to delay, but Fierce wanted nothing to do with that. They didn't want the slow approach, they didn't want to play into Endpoint's trap. They dodged that bullet. So a second on field for Fierce, and they keep 4 players alive. That is certainly ideal for them moving forward. That builds their economy a little bit further. Of course, now we're moving into another round in which Endpoint don't have all the armor on their players, given that it was a force buy. They don't have head armor on some of them as well. Max has skimped out on that. These SMGs can still be increasingly effective. And actually, it's an Impulse to try and lead the way. Try and find this opening pick, and nobody going to be on the receiving end as of yet. Astro, a bit of aggression in towards Boiler. Does find one, met with a secondary player. He's able to get away with the P250, and the nade does significant damage. That does soften these players up over towards the A side of things, and Fierce are really just looking for an aggressive style default. They're poking and prodding to see if there's any sort of a stack from the CT side, which they don't have the information as of yet for.
Oh, Robin. Around the corner. Ardis is going to go in. He's checking his angles. He's been spotted, but unfortunately, Robin, he's not close enough. He needs him to come closer for the zapper to work. However, the rest of the team is walking towards B. Now, this is where it becomes interesting, right? You've got Ardis in this advanced position, pushing through. I mean, surely he's got so much control that you want to go to A. I think that's indeed what they're going to do. They're going to make sure all the rotations come in with the pistols here. And it's kind of hard, right? Mid-round calls, the very first to be made by Fierce here in this game, and a relatively good one as well. Ardis cuts off the rotations from the back end. They've also kept a player in the form of Astro to make things interesting. He's not going to be needed. Even though they're only against the pistols, though, Fierce still sound protocols across the board, surviving with every single player. A lot of money earned early on, and looking clean, looking good. This is the thing. In some of the previous games, you could say, it's an accumulator round, whatever, let's just go barreling in, let's do whatever, because it should be slightly easier for us. We only survive with 2 players, yeah, so what, we won the round. But in this game, you've got to respect the individuals, the momentum they could get. If they save a rifle, they save a Krieg especially, you know, something like that. You really have to respect your opponents, and very quickly, that's what we're seeing. Look at all that damage, though. Pulse gets caught off guard. Max is so low, an easy pickup for Fry. And the banana control is absolutely disastrous from Endpoint. A 5-on-3 coming in very quickly indeed. And the Molotov is not going to stop him in time. Robin gets a quick drop towards Fry, but he's left on 19 HP, and he's taken out through the smoke. He was trying to save. Not going to happen. Astro might be able to even deny the other 2 saves. Oh, spots out 1. Russ is tagged very low indeed on that AWP. But my goodness, a fast B hit off the back of the utility.
They never had a chance. The nades did so much. Tutson gets tracked down as well by Astro, who's looking to as well find Russ on the AWP. For now, the smoke will segment the 2, but Fierce are hunting for this. They've got all the money in the world to track this player down, and they do so successfully. They even recover the AWP on Astro. But I mean, what a nade stack from Fierce. That's not 1, 2 nades, it's 3. And they just bombard Endpoint towards top banana and make sure that if there is any chance, if there is any hope for them winning the round, they have to do so at a man disadvantage. I mean, any sort of contest or presence from the CT side gets absolutely obliterated. Even the secondary player didn't receive most of the nade damage, burnt out by a Molotov.
They're trading it back, though. They're throwing some punches back. Not quite an early frag coming in, but a lot of damage done. And the deco here, for the most part, Russ, of course, saving for that AWP. But the deco, for the most part, could do some serious damage. Again, this is where the question of respect, control, self-control particularly. We've seen a hell of a lot of players who do have a great deal of fragging power behind them, but not quite knowing when and where to use it. Or moving forwards, trading 2 for 1. All good. Fierce, keeping with that advantage. There's 2 more players in on this A bomb site. They might think that they've somewhat weakened things up, but it's not going to be the case. Robin on that armor is so dangerous as well. If he gets a weapon, could make all the difference. Going to cross to the site, gets spotted. Ardis moves in perfectly off the back of his teammates' information. Astro feels confident. The whole side feeling confident. 5 rounds in a row. Endpoint need this next rifle round. As I always say in situations like this, 5, 6 rounds in a row, as we saw in the previous game, can make all the difference. If it takes you a long time to get the ball rolling, it could be too late, even in these early stages of the game.
And especially Astro and Ardis, they're close to being maxed out on cash, right? So Fierce are going to be able to answer back in a significant way should Endpoint actually mount a successful defense. And they need something to change, because as of right now, Fierce are having their way with the entirety of the map. It doesn't matter where they're going on these early approaches. The utility usage from both sides has been spectacular. Let's just put it that way. The utility damage in it and of its own right for both these teams already higher than some teams will get an entire match out of. And again, they push straight through a smoke, but this time Tutson's there to trade. He gets the double kill that pushes Fierce back in their place. Now they have to reapproach the round. And the first advantage that Endpoint have had in, well, actually this whole game.
I think so. I think you are indeed correct. And the question now, with Fierce being tested, how do they answer? Fry creeping in. Just about escaping the ever-watching eyes of Tudson, although he's in a slightly more passive angle. Smoke going to dissipate. This is where they want the AWP to come into play. The different factor into this round, actually, from Fierce. Creeping forwards, playing contact. Clears one angle. Tudson, surely they've got to know that he's around. They do have a smoke available, but I think they want to keep this open. Oh, the smoke comes in. Tudson, though, the timing's not great for him. He can't swing. Max, however, can, but he's only good for one. Maybe that's enough, you know, keeping them back, buying time for the rotations. Impulse on this AWP, looking to make a difference. Tudson, has not made any noise as yet. The timing going to be everything. He's not pushing forward. He's not confident in it. They're just waiting. They're just playing it patient. This B bomb site is so difficult to retake, and I think we're about to see why. The AWP coming from Banana, 2 rifles from Construction. Down goes one rifle, down goes a second as well. Oh no, Astro spins around, quick headshot to finish things off, and Fierce have done it. They pull it back, a decent advantage for Endpoint, and yet it is not enough. A pause coming in, I would think rightly so, because Endpoint have just lost their first winnable round.
And another circumstance in which Fierce should be able to mount an accumulator as well. This is 6 in a row, potentially 7 now, and that's already a very successful T-side half. And we're still into the early stages of this game. So far, Endpoint haven't been able to get clean advantages. It has always been these trades that Fierce will mount some aggression. Sure, I mean, in that round, Tudson does a great job of kind of covering Robin's tracks, as he's actually not had the best of starts so far. I think Robbins currently sits 1-6 for the side. But, I mean, a lot of these players are kind of failing to activate. We look at some of this star fragging potential. You look at players like Thomas, or actually, no, Thomas not in this game, sorry. But you look at the star potential of Russ, Tudson, Robin as well, who have been so impactful in previous lineups, and with Endpoint or Buzzkill or Revelation, it doesn't seem to matter. They find those picks, but getting off to a slow start like this in such a pivotal point in the standings is it's not the right time or place, and Fierce have come to play. They're prepared for these fights, and they're making sure that Endpoint are uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I think there's an argument to be made here that, sure, you know, it looks one-sided. We were hyping this one up to be the match to watch, all that kind of stuff. Not quite as close so far as previous matchups, but I think that is because Fierce will have put so much more preparation into it. I know they're unarmored and eco, but Fry looking crispy towards the end. But yeah, I think they're very prepared. They know that Endpoint like Inferno. They have directed it towards the Inferno. If I'm not mistaken, they would have been the ones, you know, to essentially pick this map out of the final 2. So yeah, all that to kind of consider, that they've clearly put work into things. They're also fragging, you know, Ardis up there, Astro looking good. Yeah, we both throw our hands up in quizzical nature. I'm not really entirely sure. I suppose it gets traded, but Robin's running down mid, rotating nades while he does it. Yeah, you can't really... There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity.
We'll see if Endpoint can pull this one back. It's still equal numbers for now. They know where the vast majority of Fierce are because of all the noise made towards top Banana. Bit of a sigh of relief towards the A bomb site, as they know that that is for now clear. But Fierce do start to move their way back into position, and Endpoint have actually rotated that archway player towards the B bomb site. They think it's going to be a slow and steady hit from the Fierce side, but noise will be made over towards the other side of the map. Impulse peeking in with his AWP. It just relies on Tudson to lock out this bomb site, and this is the counter-aggression that needs to come through. Endpoint get the information that the B bomb site is completely clear, and now they can start to think about reinforcing Tudson's position.
A really good response, I think, to be honest, to move down. It is going to be watched. Impulse will find one, and my goodness, Russ, he gets clapped by Fry. Impulse as well, just holding things down behind Tudson, not able to deal. And it's massively fallen apart once again for Endpoint, as it's very surprising to see such things going awry. I think they themselves expected it to be somewhat closer, and they're just getting absolutely rolled over. Fierce are so prepared for this. They are so ready for this. One thing to touch on within that round as well that is worth considering, you know, and this is the danger of having so many rounds in a row, the mind games are very different. Endpoint kind of panic rotate and clearly get caught rotating back. We'll see what they're going to do in this round, though. No time to talk, no time to think, because the pistols are coming, and they are winning, or are they? Ardis with a clean triple spray down. Mighty Max in the 1v2. It was looking good once again for Endpoint, but they just can't win a round. They just can't get it on the board. Maybe Max can make a difference. Maybe he can find their first round with somewhat of a hero play of his own, but no armor, tagged down by nades and, you know, stray bullets throughout the round. Yeah, and Ardis is watching for that as well. You know, the Molotov ultimately to bait him out. And 9th round in a row for Fierce. I feel like it was only 10 minutes ago we started this game. This has been very, very quick, very, very decisive. And Fierce surprising everybody. I think even Endpoint, maybe even themselves a little bit.
And it speaks to the fast nature of this game, right? Impulse is when he was playing with Endpoint, was kind of the star man, led the way with the AWP, much a slower play style. But because it's been so fast-paced, he hasn't had the time to really find these frags. He's only really had to pull a couple out of thin air in clutch moments, and he's delivered in doing so. So it's not like he isn't in form, it's merely he's not being presented the opportunities because everybody else is killing the Endpoint side. I mean, all the duels seem to favor the T's, and until Endpoint find some semblance of momentum, some sort of wind under their sails, this is going to continue to be the case. As Robin does go 1-for-1 in towards the arches, but that leaves now CT exposed, and this makes things very awkward for those B-site players.
Russ flashed off his angle. Goes back to it. Maybe Impulse is not quite expecting this. It seems he is, but Russ is the one that finds the contact. Tutton, meanwhile, able to take out Ardis on the flanking side of things. Looking good from Endpoint, as I feel like particularly the player at long, I want to say Astro, gets kind of caught off guard, forces everybody else to move forwards. Not really ideal. Fry, this lurking presence as well. An argument to be made that, you know, once you lose a man, perhaps move back. But just caught tripping up on their own feet in this round, I think, Fierce. And Endpoint, again, although they don't have a round on the board yet, and there's still potential that Fry finds this, they're still a decent side. They're still going to find, you know, when you give them the opportunities. Although Fry, got to be careful. Don't give him too many. He's going to go swinging out here. He knows there's a player in pit. Only 10 seconds left, however, and the bomb is just too far away. He'll drop another. So it's damage done. It's a first round for Endpoint, but at what cost? You lose the AWP, it's not retrieved, and it's not purchasable into this round either. So that's actually a factor that's just won you your first round out the window. And Fierce, they're all right. 16-1 still looks good.
They've got so much cash as well. I mean, Astro and Ardis have been farming money. They're the investment in the trust fund for Fierce moving forward. You can drop weapons over to every respective player should they need to. And Fierce, they played it out a little bit slower. They again go for a fast approach towards Banana, and this time it's met by the utility damage from Endpoint. We saw Fierce do quite well in exchanging that fact. This time trying to make less presence and give Endpoint less of an idea of what the plan is here for the T side. Maybe, just maybe, Impulse will have a chance to work a pick with the AWP. Because this slower approach, Endpoint have been playing relatively passively, and that does favor these sort of slow and angled peaks. The utility comes through, Pulse fully flashed off the angle, but now Mighty Max under a lot of pressure. MP9 in hand, the first kill there, but his teammate segmented off by the utility. A lot of damage has been done to these Fierce players. They're so weak on the bomb site, and the fast flank coming in from CTs as well.
Kind of slowing things down on the retail. A lot of utility actually still available there for the T's to keep them out. Couple of smokes. It would be interesting to see like a B smoke. I think too much noise being made though, and Ardis is just too crisp. You can't solo peek into Impulse. You got to wait for your teammates. Fry will go down. Robin will find another. It's all onto Astro from the dark side of things, and he finds 2 clean headshots to pick up the round for Fierce. 10th on the board. They're able to work that B retake, and you can kind of see a little bit of the tilt factor setting in, I think. Pulse, that wide swing onto Ardis by himself when he only had to wait a couple more seconds for a teammate, could have made all the difference for Endpoint particularly. And they're forced onto yet another weak buy. So it's too good to be true. They get a round on the board. Fierce immediately get the reversal.
There was a small sliver, a small chance. Endpoint this time will take matters into their own hands. They push straight into the brunt of where Fierce were located last round. They come away with the frag, but a frag actually seals Robin's fate. Explosion by the feet is certainly one way to go. Does equalize the affair, and again, it's just upgraded pistols here for the Endpoint side. They haven't gotten consecutive round wins, only the one so far on the CT side as the lead continues to mount for Fierce, and this is the kind of aggression you need on rounds like this. Russ clearing things out towards second middle, now can get into a very forward and potentially flanking position for the remaining Fierce lineup, but will he get there in time? Fierce seem to be pulling the execute on the B-bomb site relatively quickly.
Ooh, aggression though. You can take these risks in a round like this. Mighty Mac's going to find another. Keeps it rolling for the CT side. Has bought some time as well because there's still this player in at New Box, so they know that he's here. I think, yeah, okay, they do. But Mighty Max capitalizes, peeks through, finds another. Tudson, off the back of that, finds another. Oh, Astro, no. Disaster, embarrassment. It's gone wrong. Tudson will find him, but that should have been his kill. All he had to do was just be cool. But I think, honestly, no one's cool in that round from Fierce. Yeah. It's very panicked, very aggressive. Endpoint starting off with the advantage. And as we so often see, teams crumble against the pistols from time to time, and that's exactly what happens for Fierce.
And it's because, as well, they don't know whether it's going to be a stack play in towards that B-bomb site. So yeah,
they push him behind us quickly,
yeah.
Like, what's going on? We've just got to keep moving forward, and it doesn't work.
Max makes full use of that. Just the distraction plays, they even run the bait and switch with Tudson. It was fantastic from Endpoint. That's a lifeline into this half now as they look to potentially string now a consecutive round in a row. Fierce, of course, have bought back once again. Skipping out on a couple of bits of utility. You can see Fry has expended most of it towards Banana. And Endpoint get a clean opening kill here to start off round number 13.
Indeed.
One of the rare instances.
Cherish the moment. It may not happen again for them. We'll see. This is the thing, like you say, a lifeline, and they are using it well. Phoned in a favour and looking to take themselves 2 rounds in a row, looking better and better. Astro has crept in here, holding the headshot angle, waiting patiently. Maybe someone pushes into him. Molotov towards the balcony, but this boost up spot, and you know, Robin is the late one. Robin is the second man that they might not expect. Astro, I believe, has made noise now, so the information going to come in that he's there. Don't give him too many faces, Tudson, though. You're 5-on-2. There's no need. Trades will come back in.
But now they have no idea that Robin's here. He should seal this round. No problem whatsoever. Yeah. Tudson was just the bait. They threw the smoke. They allowed Tudson to go out and die so that Robin could succeed where he once failed. And there it is. 2 in a row for Endpoint. Start to creep themselves ever closer. But a tactical pause called, likely by Fierce, just to try and stop the momentum here from Endpoint as it does begin to mount a little bit. I mean, consecutive opening duels being won by that CT side, that wasn't how things started off in this half, and so maybe they're kind of playing in their own minds a little bit. The Endpoint started to see a little bit more success. They got closer and closer and closer until it reached that tipping point where they finally got a couple more rounds.
Certainly, again, that question of respect between these two teams.
Yeah, it's not quite the same sort of blowout experience that you would see in, say, a Fierce versus Horus game,
right,
or a Fierce versus Diabolus game. There is absolutely, like you said, that respect factor in that they know Endpoint are down for now, but certainly not out.
Right, definitely. Yeah, they can see in their mind's eye Endpoint have the potential to come back.
Yep.
There's not going to be, you know, one game plan that's easy to read. It will be very difficult if they can't get the best advantage possible. And Russ, again, opening up through the smoke, I believe, maybe over the top of it. But nonetheless, an opener, all the same. And it will once again be Endpoint with a clear-cut advantage, looking to press said advantage. Not going to work out. Mighty Max goes down. That 1-for-1 trade overall, going to work out for Endpoint. Maybe in the long run if they go towards B thinking it's weakened, but ultimately you hand those kinds of plays across to the T side because, especially on a map like Inferno, they can keep you guessing. They can pull a rotation from A or from B or whatever, and an Endpoint kind of cutting it down the middle here and going for the best of a bad situation. Tudson, his position would be massive. Patience pays off, able to find Astro looking completely the wrong way, and an easy kill onto Impulse, changes his angle slightly. Those pesky B smokes now start to come through. A molly will follow up. And well, Fierce being locked out of this round massively, not ready for Pulse at all. All going to be down to Ardis. He's been having a hell of a game, but as soon as he goes through, he will get taken down. 4th round for Endpoint on the board then, and you know, he talked about that lifeline, he talked about the opportunity, he talked about them getting back into it. It is happening. Going into the final round of the half, Fierce not going to have as much cash as they once did, and it will be, I mean, utility-wise really good, but weaponry not so much. And with the way that things started, a 10-5 half is not terrible. I think they would have liked a bit more, but
they've done their best to salvage the CT side. I think it's the best way.
It could have been a lot worse. Ooh, Russ going to find an early one. Again, looking good on that AWP as he opens things up pretty cleanly for the 3rd round in a row.
Ooh, Pulse is still close. Do they know he's jumping up high? He's trying to find the opportunity. There's the skydive. Artist spraying manically. Pulse responds in kind. He eventually gets tracked down. So much utility, so many nades over towards top banana. And in the chaos of it all, Endpoint still come away with a man advantage. A weapon that can be recovered does just round the corner, so maybe if they reach for it, Russ might spot another kill with this AWP. And Endpoint for now are putting a lot of trust and faith in Russ to lock down this B site. The smokes do come over, so that should at least Russ an escape opportunity. Oh, playing around the edge of it, there's the kill. Jenka was tagged up, so even though it's through the edge of the wall, it's just enough to take him out. And Astro now in the 1 versus 3, M4 in hand. Okay, never mind, doesn't even have the chance. Tunson just decides to barrel straight through and take him out of the round, but that is a very successful salvage situation from Endpoint overall for the half.
Yeah, still not ideal. It's at that satisfactory mark, and it was so one-sided for so long. They were able to spin it back, like you say, and yeah, I mean, it's not quite as close as the polls say, but I feel like it might become so. The Endpoint T side, for me, has been strong in the past.
Yeah.
Hopefully, with some of those structured members, with the half core remaining, they have put in place that very same T side, as it would be really, really interesting to see. Of course, at ESL UK, if you want to have your say as well, hashtag ESL Prem.
And I suppose one of the things that maybe starts to play on Fierce's mind here is that, like you said, they can envision in their mind's eye a way in which Endpoint come back into this game, and maybe that starts to weigh them down a little bit, because throughout those last sort of 5 to 6 rounds, their spacing, which was so good to start off the game, started to really break down. They weren't there for trades or really any opportunities to answer right back, but they try and take the aggression in the early round, and it's not successful. Fierce down 2 men to start things off. Endpoint looking very good to start off this T-side pistol, and Ardis and Impulse not close enough to really contest. Impulse now the last man standing, but has to pull off a 4K and a 1 versus 3 to make this a Fierce round win. I just don't see it being all too possible, especially with no kit really en route.
We'll see. I'm going to go barreling forwards, making a lot of noise. They definitely know where he's coming from. Flash comes in. It's forced slightly off the angle, and yeah, they're playing it nice and safe, nice and patient. As soon as he peeks around, he's not ready for Pulse on that angle. Great bait coming in. Pulse getting his 3K. And Endpoint getting their 6th on the board. I think this is a point, someone on the Fierce side, you know, you talked about the shifting gears kind of thing, where Fierce almost pushing it to the 6th gear at the wrong time. I think someone on that Fierce side needs to say, listen, guys, relax. Let's just tone it back a bit. Let's pull it back a bit. But I feel like they are all in the same boat. So everybody's, you know, it's like, should we rush down mid in the pistol? Yeah, let's go. And everyone, you know, they're all like, yes, men. They're all on the same page, and it's kind of the wrong page to be on at this point. So I think someone needs to pipe up and say, just slow things down somewhat. Let's take it nice and slow. Going to go for a force into this round. More often than not, you see this from CT sides on Inferno especially. And a nice bit of nade damage traded here and there. Impulse on the scout, watch out for that. A lot of deagles in play, watch out for those. But it's this utility, it's where the utility goes, and also it's the fact that I think they want it to be the B-bomb site on the Fierce side of things. However, the rotation's not really here. So it's going to be down to these 2 CZ players to hold things down. Another smoke coming in to buy some time, buy some room. Russ is in and around it. Oh, and the return flash from Mighty Max is beautiful to allow him to get the 2K into a 5-on-3. And I think the carnage, the chaos, the storm has been weathered from Endpoint. So should be a 7th round for them on the board. It just kind of depends, I think, at this point, how many players they get away with.
Absolutely, that's looking to be the case. Just SMGs for Endpoint, so they're not going to be too sad about losing a couple of these on the hunt. If they do want to track down the remaining Fierce players, make sure that these pistols and the Scout aren't a factor in the following round. Robin's able to get one away from Jenko. Does upgrade himself as well, takes a lot of damage in doing so, so Tudson will take his place. Does he clear Artis? Oh, there it is. He does. Good for him. That would have definitely been an easy kill for Artis. Maybe even a knife attempt could have been pulled on through, but Endpoint looking to still walk away with a very clean round, and one in which they shouldn't lose any of their players. Impulse should just get away with this one as well. But only the one weapon saved over from that previous round, only the one piece of armor as well brought forward, makes these SMGs all the more effective. And Endpoint are really beginning to close that distance. They've been towing that line for a while. They've been building momentum away from that CT side. It's transferred to the T side. And for now, Fierce don't seem to be putting the brakes on at all.
They're going to continue the anger. Nades coming in, bit of damage done. Oh, and a kill results off the back of it. A team kill results off the back of it. It's been a messy one. Certainly has. Impulse finds one in all the carnage. But again, just a bit mad. Fierce, I think, wanting to get that round out of the way, to say the least. Into probably the most important round of the game. This is the time for Endpoint, bearing in mind, I think they're, on like a 7-win streak overall at the moment. They need to manage another rifle round, the first rifle round of this second half. They need to get it on the board. It could really sway the tides of battle here. AWP out for Russ. I'm not so sure about the two SMGs. I'm not so sure about the rush coming in from Mighty Max. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, the fact that he's low from the Molotov makes all the difference there. They were blind, doesn't really matter. Robin does trade one back through the smoke. So at least being kept interesting, being kept even. And again, that 1-for-1 trade gives Banana control across to the T side. They're looking to press the attack. Not going to happen. Smoke comes down. Rotation comes in. Crisis averted somewhat for the Fierce Esports side. But Endpoint still, they are bringing it into round number 19.
Yeah, they're making sure Fierce don't feel too comfortable in the same way that starting off their CT side half, they were very much thrown for a loop. All the utility damage that was exchanged between these two teams was certainly something to marvel at. And Endpoint, they found the pick in towards the B bomb site. Jenko here to sweep up the pieces. Tudson's hit the deck. A smoke, not quite timely enough. Russ might just be able to cheat away from it, but tagged down. They haven't gotten in front of it. Jenko springs into action and actually finds the double, or for the side, locks them out of the B bomb site. Robin left on 41 HP, and with the bomb on his back, he makes his way instead towards the A bomb site where Artis is lying in wait. An important one for Fierce to pick up to finally get a handle on things and put a stop to that long string of rounds from Endpoint, but another buy is on the horizon.
A messy one, to say the least, from Endpoint there. You know, the flanker gets killed, so there's maybe that push coming in. The bombs in the middle of Banana. A real difficult one, to say the least. And a difficult one in a situation like that is going to make all the difference. Fierce, ultimately, I think, looking strong now, getting around back on the board. Pretty confident in themselves. It's still tough. It's still not ideal. You know, Endpoint are still shooting back, as they say in UKCS. But it is just that small advantage really making the difference. And if they can edge this out, if they can take it to the full potential, Fierce obviously going to end up winning the map overall. So I think Endpoint, timeout, talk things over, work things out. Still got money to buy here thanks to a bit of a bonus in the previous. All to play for. Could definitely bounce back. Let's see. How do they answer back? The ball in their court.
Yeah, this is looking very much a situation in which Fierce, I mean, sure, they got that round, but like you said, it's a little bit close. They know Endpoint as well will still be feeling good about how close they've brought this game overall, considering the start they had. That double nade is not going to make things easier, though. Max down to low HP. Fry did take some damage earlier on as well. But again, it's the utility damage from both of these teams that is so impeccable. Makes the round ever easier for Fierce moving forward. The brunt of the aggression seems to be going over towards A. Impulse Molotov back. The flash came through as well, so if he was still holding the angle, he was in for dangerous waters. Astro still poking and prodding, and Russ is taking up the angle as well. That's a dangerous peak to be going for. Russ doesn't get the kill, but he tags him down, and all the meanwhile, Tudson and Robin have found 2 picks on A. That now falls into both Artis and Jenko's hands. They have the setup, they have the 2 players on the bomb site, and for now, Endpoint could certainly back themselves away, but they continue tracking on forward. The double kill from both of them. Russ now has to clutch things out, 1 versus 3. Jenko is low, but he still holds such a critical position on the site.
Oh, that's awkward to watch. He swaps across to the AK. The sound cue is enough for Jenko, you know, to peek off of it and catch him completely with his pants around his ankles. He did not have a clue where he was getting shot from. And Fierce ultimately able to close it out. Looking really good then. Man, those 2 individuals stepping up massively as well on the A bomb site to pull things back in favor of Fierce. Looking so strong, looking so good. And just that 1 step ahead. As I like to say, the game of inches, and it really, really is at this point. 4 rounds in it, not a great deal. You know, it could quite easily be even with the way some of these rounds have swung in the end. Impulse, speaking of swinging, it's actually Artis who goes for it. The MP9 at long range. Sure, you're against pistols, but P250s and Deagles, man, like...
You saw the tagging, how slow he ended up towards the end. Just like, basically a sitting duck.
Relax, I'm not quite sure what the logic is. And then they've kind of panic rotated across here as well. From the Fierce side of things. So there's only 1 player. I guess he's in an advanced position on the AWP. Oh my goodness, but yes. 1 appears, and actually 2 or 3 come round the corner. Impulse to hold things down from the archway though. Looking good. Jumping MP9. Highest jumping accuracy in the game. Thank you, 3 clicks, Philip, of course. I will forever use that little factoid. Robin, though, has gotten his hands onto an AWP here. Going to peek into Astro slowly, which is not ideal. I think he was looking to save, maybe. All the same, Fierce are able to take it a little closer than perhaps you would have expected. They're now 5 rounds in the lead, starting to solidify said lead, and starting, you know, to look towards the victory, starting to kind of see it just over the hill, so to speak.
And suddenly the story is rewritten, right? Instead of it being Fierce that are sort of panicking that Endpoint are going to close that distance, bridge the gap, and continue to run away with it, now it's Endpoint potentially knocking at death's door. This is a really important rifle round because it means that they doesn't end up in a position where Fierce are at 14, maybe 15 as well off the back of it. Means that there's still that hope. They get a bit more space to play with on the comeback, as they have been trailing for the entirety of this game, but they've certainly made a good go of it, made things interesting, brought this closer and closer. But it's a slow and a methodical default here from Endpoint. Working the angles, making sure that Fierce aren't pushing their advantages. And now just spam, noise, utility expended over the map.
This is the thing as well, Fierce can kind of take some calculated risks in the sense of the A pressure that they've got going on here, and as well, I think ultimately they can afford to play a bit more passive. They don't need to be the ones making proactive moves, you know, and forcing the advantage in their favor. They can just play it a bit slower, and like I say, the only risk they're really taking is this 4-man stack. Now they're committing to it quite heavily. Utility comes over to B. 4-man's yet to really show itself. There will be a bit of action. Still no rotations. Fierce are really sold on the fact that another bit of utility, surely, but I feel like at this point it's going to be a bit too late. The B bomb site is going to fall, unless Fry can do something incredible here. Only able to get 1, traded back. That will be the site. However, because they take out the lurker, because they commit so hard to their A stack, they actually find themselves an advantage. So maybe it's going to work out for them. We'll see. Still going to be hard. The MP9's got some control in at construction, but Robin and Mighty Max, the dynamic duo, holding things down here at construction. Ashro goes around, takes out the first man, is able to peek back in, will get traded, but Robin's position now known as well. 3-on-2 looking good for the CT side, but they bring it back. Endpoint, they're doing it. Tudson, he can't find it. However, in Jenko, he's got enough time just about without the kit. He actually managed to retrieve one, so it doesn't even matter so much. 14th round coming in. And Fierce, once again, the odds kind of looking a little out of favor, I suppose. The fact that they had the advantage definitely helps, and it's the difference in the end. But they're cool, they're calm, they're collected, not letting it get too crazy. It comes down to a 1v1, and they're able to come out on top. You know, Endpoint, I think, just a little shaky in the foundations.
Yeah, I mean, that gets really, really close. They do a really a fantastic job of dealing with that lurker, like you said. It meant that they didn't have to worry about that backstab potentially getting flanked early on into the retake. And look at this, just taking the fight straight to Endpoint. They know that they're on the precipice. They know that Endpoint are devising some sort of strategy to come back into this game, but they just are so disruptive. They get in their face, and they have such an early advantage. The only player left alive is Pulse. 1 versus 3, and although he lines up the backstab, the bomb is still very far and away from him.
Some clean headshots, though, you never know, but unfortunately just not much information to go off of, and Ardis has walked all the way down Banana. On top of that bomb, 15th round. As they have picked things back up, Fierce looking so very good on this CT side, actually. And the difficulty is, sure, Ardis is pretty far ahead, but there's no weak individual. There's no weak spot from Fierce. There's no area you can go that you can attack where it's going to be like, okay, that's a bit of an easy pass. It's a bit of an easy way in.
And that's where the half-side scoreline really just kind of gives you a false sense of security, because Jenko and Impulse were those weak links, but that's because they weren't given the opportunities. Fierce was just so unrelenting.
Looking so very good. More of a passive hold. Again, though, the calculated risk in terms of the 3-man stack. Committing to it. 1 up high, 2 down low. The 2 down low chime in. The 1 up high going to go flying in. It's actually Fry who finds that second frag and not Astro. Excuse me, but all the same, it's a man advantage for Fierce. Still a couple more players to find. Maybe shoot the weapon instead of looking at it, Impulse, because you're left on 15 HP now. He's pushed out of the site. Actually out in the open. Russ goes for the swing. He goes down, but Impulse has got the reads. He picks up Robin. And continue to solidify the advantage here. They thought he'd push back. The nade will finish him off. But of course, Astro is still around. He's yet to show. He picks up 1, and Jenko, I think, through the smoke or whatever, had managed to find it. What has happened? What has happened there? Fierce. The 16-8 victory. If you were to ask me which game, obviously we don't know how the final one's going to go yet, but which game would be the most one-sided, I definitely would not have clocked that one. But I think it kind of goes back to what I talked about a little bit in game. Fierce looked really prepared for Endpoint specifically, baiting them in a little bit to the Inferno pick, and although there were some signs of hope, some close rounds, Fierce just that one step ahead consistently. Yeah,
and they had some really, really impactful plays early on, right? I mean, there was a 2 versus 3 clutch coming in from them on the T side as well, just when Endpoint looked like they were going to maybe get around. So, I mean, all the individuals came to play for the side of Fierce, and Endpoint with a really slow start. It took them a while to get going, and it showed. It showed that the preparation that Fierce put in, the individuals that came and performed fantastically for the side, that was really what made the scoreline so blown out.
Yeah, incredible to see. Fierce doing really well. Of course, though, we will be throwing across to a quick little break. It's going to be Vexed versus Pensioners up next. Be sure to stick around.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Premiership. Now, where we left off, a little bit of a surprising result, to say the least. Endpoint not performing to the level that perhaps we had come to expect. They were up against Fierce, the other undefeated, you know, the immovable object, the unstoppable force, you know how it goes. They meet, and, well, as you can see there, it's a little lackluster from Endpoint, to be quite honest.
Yeah, just that slow start really hurt them in the end. I mean, you talked about it at the very start of the game as well. We saw how much that impacted the previous best of 3. This mattered
Sorry about that, boys.
Mattered so much more. Because we knew it was going to be a battle of inches. We knew it was going to come down to really solid team structure, just players hitting their shots and just playing off of one another, good mid-round decision-making as well. Which in some respects, towards the middle portion of the game, we really did start to see that. Some small glimmers of brilliance from both sides, whereby it was such a tightly fought battle. But it was really difficult for us to kind of pinpoint the problem outside of Endpoint just not fragging as well as Fierce.
Yeah, I think we towards, after the end of the game, sort of mentioned, I made the point, it was like, it seems like Fierce came in ready, prepared, 100%. They were like, Inferno, sick, we're going to own it. And Endpoint were a little bit like, their own game looked good, but they just were not ready for that Fierce T-side at all.
Yeah.
At all.
And I mean, one of the first gun rounds, Mighty Max's top banana gets bombarded by nades. Like, everything goes catastrophically wrong
From the get-go.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And so, like, everything that was on the cards or in the plan for Fierce just seemed to work out from the start. And that was really what drove them forward. Even though there was the chance that Endpoint did come back, it seemed more of a chance of when Fierce got to the end as opposed to whether they would.
Yeah.
And that's all just based off that starting momentum, that getting the ball rolling. And by the time Endpoint met it, it was a fully fledged giant snow boulder.
Yeah, it really does make a difference. I have to say, I think everybody stepped up, but as you can see, we got to get some boys in there. I believe it should be Endpoint, not Pensioners, but all the same, you know, you can keep up with it. Tutson definitely did try his best, wasn't quite enough. Artist, though, for me, if I had to vote, I think I'd go for that. Of course, you guys at home can vote at ESL UK, get amongst it, get that poll going, have your say, But gonna have to leave that game where it is, unfortunately. I mean, there's so much to break down and talk about from the first side of things. But we're gonna be moving into the final matchup of the evening. Vexed up against Pensioners. This one, I mean, it's third versus fourth. Not quite as big as first versus second, you know, in the undefeated. But still has a lot of impact, right? I think the winner of this game, with only one more week of regular play after this, are actually gonna solidify themselves into, at the very least, the playoff spot. But I think it'll be hard to call, we said right at the top of the show, the clash of styles from these two teams.
Yeah, I think coming into this, we're very much expecting Vex to be well-oiled, well-structured. Obviously, even with the addition of Eccles, he fits into a system that is already kind of in place for him. They'll obviously try and adapt it a little bit to his own preferences. Whereas the Pensioners, constantly rotating players. They have players that can fulfill a leadership role and can certainly still call to a pretty high ability, but it's more so less about what is being called and the strategies and more about whether they can properly implement and get the timings right to overcome an opponent like Vex.
Indeed. Well, let's take a look who is going to be battling it out here on the server. Now, these are names, again, that everybody, I think, is going to recognize from one place or another. The thing that you're touching on from Vexed is the fact that most of these names are going to be recognized from the Vexed organization in recent memory. And a really, really hot prospect at the moment, looking really good as a team. Mezzi switching across to this AWP has definitely, I think, required them to find their feet a little more. And yet, early on in the season, they've been doing really, really well. So, I don't know. I'm pretty hyped. I'm pretty hyped for this Vex side.
Yeah, usually when riflers transition to the AWP, you expect a little bit of inconsistency, but right off the bat, it seems like Mezzi is comfortable. So,
yeah,
I've been really, really impressed.
Indeed. Well, here we have the Pensioners roster, of course. Luzzers, Soulcast, Shaney, Connor, and J. Kem. Now, I think this lineup, meanwhile, there is so much punch to this side, right? Everybody on this team has had kind of potential put behind them, fire put behind them, and, well, you know, they end up kind of leaving a roster, not really finding their feet properly, and then they come into this very mixy, aggressive sort of team.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? We had Connor at V4 that did very well. A lot of players just be like, who is this Mr. McCool guy? Touched on it last week, but then you also have the likes of Shaney, who of course did get into FPL, so there's the talent there. It's just all about...
His claim to fame.
Exactly. It's all about making it work. Of course, you can see some of the strategic maps already banned out of the pool. You've got Nuke, Vertigo eliminated by Pensioners, Dust 2 and Overpass on the side of Vexed, which you can understand the Dust 2 pick in particular because they've got so many proficient AWPers. But with Train and Mirage being kicked out, we again have an Inferno. Definitely a more standard map pool for this week's play as compared to last week. But I mean, Inferno? Is this the right territory to try and take a win off Vexed?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be risky. It's interesting to see as well, Vexed actually moving away from Mirage towards the end there. Now, it's a map that they had 4 wins in a row on. So they were looking really good, but then they lost it last week. So I guess their confidence somewhat shook.
Also, they almost lost to, what, Veloce earlier in the season as well.
Yeah, the
so
overtime win, right?
There's a couple of shaky moments for them, which I suppose is Veloce's claim to fame within this Premiership because they've only had 1 win themselves. But even still, it seemed from last week's game that, again, Fierce had really prepared for their Mirage. They were anticipating that, kind of making it through the veto process, and so they just kind of rolled over them as well. In that same respect, I think Vex just don't want with Pensioners being a complete X factor, there's a huge question mark as to, do they prepare, do they care, do they actually want to beat us and actually put us in a position where we aren't in that second or third spot in the standings, or do they just simply want to have a good time, frag out, get some clips, and maybe steal away a win from an organization, because that has its own sort of merits in its own right, where you're just like, ha, we have no preparation and we still beat you. I
think that's the thing, right, isn't it, with the Pensioners side? It's like they win and they'll be like, yeah, well, you know, we didn't practice. Easy. Just turn up and frack. They lose and they go, yeah, but we weren't really trying. So, you know, it's
this
a
isn't
really
even our
good,
final four.
It's kind of the same side, both sides the same on the coin, and ultimately, well, it can result in some interesting Counter-Strike. I, for one, though, I'm kind of excited to see what they bring here. Inferno, like you say, is not necessarily a map that a team like this would be super comfortable on. One of the most structured, methodical maps in the game. So it's definitely going to have an adverse effect, but it depends on whether it's a good effect or a bad effect. We'll have to find out. Either way, here we go. Speedy. Shaney, hello? Shaney. Oh. They're behind you. Oh, okay. And Adam's able to find the openers off the back of it. Shaney getting a bit confused, maybe got his music a bit too loud. And it will be a 5-on-3 very quickly indeed. Adam looking to clean up shop here as he finds himself... Oh, if he'd have got that one. Soulcast denies him a crazy opportunity at an ace even. Connor going to back away, I think, trying to save the armor into the next round, maybe find some frags, look for those clips that you were talking about. He does get one, but tagged down to 5 HP. And he's going to hightail it out of there. So yeah, Vex coming in, fast, angry. The waterfall strategy off the back of the utility thrown over the top.
A bit of a confusing round.
Yeah, that's somewhat of a I'd say miscommunication.
He's the only one that's close enough.
Complete lack of communication.
He's the only player that could really know that they're there.
Yeah.
And so why doesn't he look behind him? Because they've dropped out of the apartments.
I think if it was MM, this is where you kind of type.
Green, why aren't you watching apartments?
You know, well, there's that way. I always a little bit more subtle with the flame, but yeah, is_enable 1.
It is a bit strange that we see Adam on an actual normal pistol as well. He's been quite a big fan and advocate of the dualies in the past. But I guess...
Again, I think a certain amount of respect. They understand their opponent has the potential. And it's a very important map. That super secure spot that you can get, not going to happen, right? You're not going to get straight through to the finals. But playoff spot still on the cards. Seeding going to... really be affected by this game and whatnot because it is 3rd versus 4th, as we've mentioned. So I can kind of see why. I don't know though. Some players, you know, Crystal loves the jewels.
Yeah.
Some players really do try and force the issue. Only $400, and I mean, suppressing fire in a nutshell, really.
Well, Vex to make short work of the only player really standing in their path over at B. That was Luzza. His teammate is trapped behind the smoke, and the rest of the team over towards the A portion of the map. So, just going to save these weapons. They realize that the round is definitely over. The only way in which they get a couple more kills is if the Vexed side actually hunts them down. Which doesn't seem that they're too interested in doing so.
Yeah, Connor might take some names, take some notches. Tag comes in.
Craig could go down to the bomb now.
Yeah, that's kind of the difficulty, isn't it?
He's like, do I escape through CT? Yeah, okay, they're just going to charge through, secure a path.
And Connor's sold on the fact that he wants to save here, so makes sense, but a clean one from Vex coming in. Not a single player going down, so nice and easy does it to begin with. Pensioners, though, saving 4 weapons across from the force buy that they had. The pressure remains on, so Vex, you know, no breathing room at all.
Yeah, Lazo could also just get a weapon dropped over from one of his teammates if they're feeling so gracious. They actually do drop him a weapon. Oh, good little bit of teamwork. Connor buys him the Deagle so that he can afford up the AWP potentially into the next round. Actually, I do think that secures that amount of funding for him. Connor still that scout in play, looking to try and open things up, maybe land a headshot. That sort of underground position can be very dangerous because a lot of players do pre-aim it. Not really much wiggle room for you either as a T-side player.
Yeah, I think Mezzi just holding for the mid-rush attempt, if it were to ever come, on that Mac-10.
Yeah, waiting for the footsteps.
Ooh.
Oh!
Okay. There you go, the Deagle. It can do that. That's going to be an early opener coming in for Pensioners, so that looks relatively good, actually. Oh, Adam! That's very awkward. JKem not expecting it, though. Link to find Shaney on the other side of the map. They've weakened things up. This is where the mid-round calls come into play on the T side.
I was really hoping to see Adam sort of drop this weapon further, deeper into Banana, just so that his teammates could recover it and so that it doesn't fall into enemy hands. Because Adam now has to just basically act as a pillar, make sure that the CTs don't get their hands on it. Slowly, Vex do begin to move themselves into position, but some of these SMGs may just make a bit of noise recovering that SG that's on the floor. Connor still here with the scout, does have support in his teammate in Lazo. There's the first kill. The Irishman strikes first. Lazo with the secondary kill. Moving forward are the Vex side. They're trying to line up these trades. Eventually they track them down, but at a heavy cost to their HP. Soulcast, he is here on this rotation. He has a kit available, armor, and this pistol, because the HP is so low, could be deadly.
The drive by 5-7. Oh my goodness, he's retrieved an AK. This could actually be massive. They're both playing together, in and around the same angle. Oh, he's got to check it. They'll spot him out. Not quite able to find the frag. He's trying to spray across, trying to predict. Not going to happen. Tap comes in onto the bomb, and the flash is sound from Mezzi. Gray will find the frag off the back of it. Nice and clean in the 2v1. Still a hell of a lot closer than maybe you would expect, but again, considering they came in with, you know, 4 players having saved forced weaponry, it's not too out of the blue, but all the same, Pension will get the final one. Link as well chimes in onto Shaney. Really clean stuff. And Pensioners, well, that's the way it goes sometimes. That B bomb site, say it with me, folks, is one of the hardest to retake in the game. And well, Vex proving why. 3v3-1, despite the fact that they have no armor.
Yeah, this is not... That's not the type of round you want to see if you're Pensioners. I mean, like you said, it's a hard one to retake, especially when they've got weapons recovered off of...
Yeah, and you've got no molly for new bots.
Exactly.
He's loving it. He doesn't care that he's got no armor. And it's a, you know, less risk associated kind of round.
This forward position from Jacob that will just... Oh, Prey actually goes to clear it. He knows he doesn't have the timing.
Nice.
And although the trade was lined up for Soulcast, he cannot get it done. Shaney, oh, well spotted out. Okay. He thought he got the drop. He thought he was going to finish off Cray. But instead, he's down to 6 HP. And he's a very, very sad boy.
He goes back, though.
Oh.
Returns to the scene of the crime. As criminals always do, and gets spotted out. Cray will take him out cleanly enough. So not going to happen. No gotcha play coming in from Shaney there. And a 5th round for Vexed. Pulling things back in their favor. And, well, such is the life of a CT side. You know, you string a couple together, it's still not quite enough.
And then you're back on saving weapons.
Yeah. So we'll see here. We'll see here. 1 kit available, a fair amount of utility actually. Shaney again on the MP9. He's not really feeling himself this evening. But Soulcast, big man Dom, is not too far ahead of him. Is he going to win the early fight against Luzza though? Expecting that. It's a risky fight, okay? So there's 2 spots on this map. If you're going to peek mid, and you're going to peek car or barrels, you know, if you want to be technical, it's actually very advantageous for the T side. If someone is actively going towards that position, they're going to, 9 times out of 10, beat you to it. So you have to kind of get the drop, get a quick peek or a quick scope kind of thing going in. Oh, Soulcast, though, picking up a triple. That could make all the difference. Not quite the 4th. Will get traded back, but they were not expecting that. They drop down 1 by 1 by 1 by 1, and they all fall. Soulcast is clean with it on the M4. Adam does make it down into pit. However, the cost, very dear. Mezzi will go creeping around with this up. Contact style coming in. Here's the jumping. Not quite able to land the shot. Swaps across to the CZ. Trying to find the frag here, but Shaney is just wazdering around. Cannot find him. Cannot take him out. So there goes the AWP. There goes, you know, the different factor within this. A missed shot from Connor. JChem goes down. He might not be too happy about that. But Pensioners overall, off the back of the sick hold coming in from Soulcast, will get themselves the 3rd round, and they'll be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, and minimal chances to really capitalize on the space created by that initial drop, because Soulcast hit every player with a headshot on that drop. You could hear the dinks coming on through, and if any of those are just body shots all the way through, then that drop works perfectly. Vex will get enough space. They would have been able to secure a bit more real estate on the bomb site, and this is Pensioners, like you said. I mean, just aggression in the early round. It's again Jacob that's the one that catalyzes everything. Actually dinks down Cray before going and losing his own life. So although he does get traded out, significant damage done to Vexed. And because of all that early pressure towards A, Vexed aren't going to feel too great about hitting that particular bomb site, even though they found that pick, and that plays right into Pensioners.
Luzza here on the AWP, not quite been hitting the mark across the board. The molly will clean up Connor as well. There we are, Luzza coming alive, finds one, but is pushed back. However, retaining the man advantage, the most important thing going into a B retake on Inferno. Smoke will go down towards CT once again, and not expecting Shaney to be in such an advanced position. Mezzi, the only one left. Fine comes in through the smoke. He is taken down, though, caught completely off guard, out in no man's land. Easy cleanup. Pensioners get their 4th, stringing a couple together again. Vex are going to have to repeat history to retain their lead. If not, Pensioners have got a bit of a chance to fully close the gap, maybe take the lead. The money is not ideal for Vex here, but they could put something together.
Yeah, a couple of drop weapons could certainly cycle through Cray's hands. Will be the case. They will muster together a buy. No AWP to play with this time. Mezzi has been hitting shots with it, but on the other side of things, so has Luzza. Connor has had his little moments as well with scoped rifles. But of course, the CT side money is not much better. Connor's still on an MP9. Luzza could have potentially dropped an M4 over, but keeping that money high for potential other rounds. Shaney, although he gets the first opportunity at a frag, will miss in that endeavor. Pensioners with aggressive banana control, though. They're in a very good position to, if it does end up being the A bomb site, potentially fast flank and cut Vexed off from making a mid-round rotation.
Utility going to come through from the T side then. Cray getting tagged down pretty low, but they're actually moving in fast, thick and fast. Soulcast in on the site is so very blind. He picks up 2. Shane's got a no-scope at close range. This round is an absolute mess. Where has this come from? Where have the Ts come from? The CTs don't really know. Connor tries to take out Mezzy. Not going to happen. He's on the 2K. Luzza, has he crept in? Has he been seen? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think so. Eccles is watching the wrong way. And, you know, Mezzy's looking in apartments here. So I think he has crept in. However, he's got an AWP. It's not really ideal. He can't really be missing shots, but he's playing it perfectly. Creeping in, clearing out the angles with his body.
Eccles.
Oh my god, that timing is so very perfect for Eccles. And as the peak comes in there from Mezzy and he goes, well, he's not short. We can't be long. He doesn't really have enough time. He's not made any noise. Generally, from long you do. He would have come round by now. Eccles clocks on, and he's like, well, he's got to be around in, you know, this kind of 40-degree window that we've got going on.
The fact that he dips into the other side of cover
Yeah,
just
I
as
know,
he's about to clear that angle, that is
Sad.
perfect. That is perfect timing for Eccles, but that is just so sad to see. Had the right idea. You're 100% right. Dirtly crept past, and again, Mezzy wins this opening
Do you
duel.
see what I mean, though?
Yeah.
Do you see how, like, early he is? Like,
Yeah.
Luzza goes for it, and sure, there's a bit of a flick required. There's still a bit of skill there, but he's ready for that. He's actually holding the other angle because that one's a little more favourable. And Luzza, I don't know, not hitting the mark so far this evening. And it's really making a difference.
Yeah, that's one of the worries as well with going for a peak like that, relatively dry as well. Typically a flash comes alongside it. Of course, pensioners don't really have the money to afford up proper utility, so that's not really an option. Still just looking for a Hail Mary play. Connor may just deliver it, tags up Adam, but misses the shot on the one that mattered most.
So awkward as well, because he just crosses around the corner and then peeks back in, and Connor's got too many targets to be aiming at. Doesn't know who to shoot at. Damage being done, though. I mean, definitely possible. JKM, though. Is that Adam with the spin around? I'm not entirely... I mean, look, man. Vex are just hitting it. They're just looking good in these past couple of rounds. Pensioners cannot find anything right now. And it's difficult to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, the scoreline is certainly a lot closer than the game feels at times, because when Vex are winning these rounds, it's so sharp and clean. And I suppose the same can be said about pensioners, and the fact they're getting so many of these multi-kills and can rely on players like Jacob, like Soulcast to hit these shots. They're making this round at least expensive on the side of pensioners, but the round win has fallen away quite some time ago. About limiting casualties, and although Eccles gets low, they do keep 3 alive for that T side.
So I think this is the thing, the difference, why it kind of the reason it feels so different, right? Vexed have this structured, methodical style, and it's like when part A works, that will lead into part B, which leads, you know, and it's very clear cut. Meanwhile, pensioners have won a lot of their rounds by rushing somewhere, or, you know, an individual Soulcast springs to mind, stepping up massively. And you know, I've mentioned it a little bit this evening. It's very difficult to rely on those individuals to continually step up.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's why Vex, their formula, although not perfect, is slightly more reliable.
Yeah, there's at least a visual sort of decision tree there for
Yes.
Vex.
Yep. If A, do B. If, you know, C, do D.
Yeah. There's a few contingencies in place, and so pensioners, although they've gotten 1 kill so far, Vex are still poking and probing towards both sides of the map. They now recognize that Luzza should be on his own. Dealing with him, that just leaves Soulcast unaccounted for. It held his own in towards the apartments. He did drop the weapon. I don't know if Cray... Yeah, I think he just kind of looks like...
Hello?
Is this guy throwing trash out the window? Oh, he
All right.
punishes him for that mistake.
Yeah, indeed. Don't litter.
Yeah, there's a fine for that.
In, I'm not quite sure what country this is. Is this a Moroccan map? Is it meant to be? No one... I think Dust 2... This is the same models... No, it's not the same models as Dust 2.
See, that's the trivia that I don't know. Where the players are... Where the maps are located.
Which map?
Regionally. There is a D Morocco, I'm pretty sure. Just in case that's...
Cash? Is Cash the same models?
Cash is Russia.
Russia, I would assume.
Same with Train, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know.
We're on neither of those maps, but we're.
Sorry, I'm just digressing like mad.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, Vexed have at least now secured double the rounds of their opponents, and so looking to string more rounds together. Cray finds the opening. It's a bit of aggression in towards Boiler, sometimes coupled up with a secondary player, and so holding for that was Mezzy.
Yeah, Shaney and Luzza, for me, are kind of the missing links, as it were, in this game.
Yeah.
And it is making the difference. You know, they're able to pick up some rounds here or there, but not having those players available makes such a massive, massive difference. Luzza particularly. Don't mean to single people out. It always feels a bit nasty or whatever, but it just feels like it is the case. And at the end of the day, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So, and you can feel that across the board, I think. And Vexed as well have kind of figured that one out. It's like, okay, if we can single these players out somehow, then we're going to find some good advantages. Or if we can eliminate bigger names like Soulcast in this round, we can find some solid advantages. However, they're walking into a 3-man stack here, but they're walking into Luzza with the broken spray down on the AUG. That is not ideal. Connor picks up 2, but he's the only one left. He's got to find all 5. 3 more to go. 20 seconds remain. Low HP for Eccles. You're going to try and deny it. He's not. The smoke goes down. He spots out Mezzy at the final second. Okay, will eventually eliminate. Okay, no. Cray, find this, please. Jesus, Connor gets way too close. The 4K coming in. No trades at all from those 4 players. 2 through the smoke, you can hand it to him. The fake plant, you can hand it to him. I feel like Mezzy should have found it on the AWP, but look, disaster averted, just about.
Barely. Very, very barely.
Luzza on the mag set. This is the turnaround. This is the turnaround. All right.
Well, this is looking like a bit of a Hail Mary, but if it's the turnaround, I guess so. Jacob, again, trying to get aggressive. Shaney trades things with the Deagle. But you talk about weak links. Link's not one of them. Connor seems to get fired up after a round like that. Brought things close. Now immediately decapitates Adam. Brings things to a 3-on-3, so maybe Luzza, maybe this is the changing point.
However, he's trying to push down Banana with a mag 7.
Yeah, that's a bit of a long distance.
I think he's on the half wall, right? But yeah, all the same. Perhaps rotate. He's going to push behind. He's got a long way to go. Connor, though, can he hold things down? Smoke going to come in. They're respecting the AWP on the rotation. He could have definitely fired there. Soulcast going to blindly spray through. Connor trying not to give his position away. I think ultimately maybe wants to save this AWP going into the final round. Luzza's retrieved an AK, but he loses his head. Can't find that again, because now he's dead.
Should have stuck with the Mag 7.
Yeah, I think so. Connor going to go for it?
No.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, definitely would have been a bit of a interesting decision if that was.
I think he's trying to clear his angles on the way out, I suppose.
Could have just escaped through the arches, though.
Yeah, well.
He took the long way around.
What if 2 players, you know, like peek him and then he actually brings it into a 1v1? You never know, dude. You never know.
True.
That's what he's hoping for. He's like, give me the chance, coach. I can land the shots.
And Vexed, or I suppose Ash, is like, no, guys, don't give him the chance. Please don't give them another chance, especially because Connor got so close in the previous round. So they know that he's not to be trifled with, not to be treated so lightly. But another potentially 10-5 half on Inferno for the T side. We saw Fierce do so much work in the previous best of 3. This time it's not quite as convincing. There have been a few blips on the radar that have really kind of signaled that Pensioners are making some of these sort of solo or sort of initiative plays that are bringing them these rounds. Vex still in a very comfortable position. Double digits secured, now just looking to add a little bit extra. Put the icing on top. And it is the double AWP setup for the CTs in this round, Shaney and Connor. Connor's been certainly firing himself up, but Shaney has still been somewhat absent. Connor may just find the timing. There's the pick on Adam, but the immediate trade there from Eccles. They were in a position to successfully cycle those back, and Luzza is trying desperately to get his hands on that AWP.
He's like Gollum off that boost spot after his ring. Unfortunately not able to find it. JKM on the other side of the map does find some aggression from Link, takes him out. Quashes said aggression, but very quickly going to rotate towards the B-bomb site. This could make all the difference, right? There's this lurking presence in the form of Cray. However, Luzza does get an upgrade eventually. It's not quite the weapon he was looking for, but it is something, and there you are. Shaney gets caught off. This now opens the avenue to A, or does it? You know, Soulcast still in at the pit, being pretty solid from this position, all things considered, and could save the round for his squad. Cray watching pit. I can't quite clock on. I think he's on the wrong angle. So, I mean, Soulcast, if he swings here, could make a difference. Not going to go for it. Will eventually, as he hears the utility coming in. Finds one. Flash off the door. I don't think is ready for Mezzy to have crossed, but he's holding the passive angle. Mezzy gets the tag. It does barely any damage, though, I don't think. And okay, Mezzy does find that one. To no avail, though, he gets traded back in a 5th round. It's a repeat of the previous game. Like you say, not quite as dominating, but the 10-5 on the T side from Vexed, looking pretty solid. Pensioners, however, still able to pick up a few and maybe, just maybe, make the difference. But, geez, we'll see. Pensioners don't have many fans.
No. I mean, not a proper org, just kind of a mix of players. It could be a popularity contest, say, I guess, you know, if a Smoothie is in the mix, which he has stood in for them before. But not quite the case. Shaney has a lot of followers because of FPL. I mean, Luzza has his own fan club as well. I may or may not be a part of that, but I would still vote for Vexed in this situation. I
think individually there's a lot of potential behind this Pensioners side, and that's kind of what we say season after season. But it is just kind of team play trumps firepower, ultimately.
More often
so long
than
as
not.
so long as you've got a little bit to contend yourself in the form of Mezzy, particularly. I suppose Cray as well, picking things up.
I suppose the biggest difference between this Inferno versus the last best of 3 or best of 1 we watched from Fierce and Endpoint is that it wasn't just long strings of rounds for each of the teams, right? It was very sort of sporadic. There's like
a bit of adaptation kind of coming in.
Exactly. So like 1 round darted here for the Pensioner side. I think they got 2 in a row at one point. But it has been fairly disjointed from them on that CT side. We'll see if they do any better on their T side, because that individual style, that aggressive nature from these players can certainly thrive in this type of an environment, provided Vex don't give them the opportunities to really shut them out and find those isolated duels. You can see in their pistol round already, they're set up to trade things out. The crossfire as well, the flash comes through, and although damage is exchanged, still no bodies hitting the deck for either side just yet.
Yeah, I think too many targets. There was a player up close they probably weren't expecting. A lot at the tail end of middle there. And now the thing is, they've spotted 3 at mid. They feel like, you know, maybe this B-bomb site could be right for the taking. Flash going to come over the top. Adam to hold things down passively. He's that player on the kit as well. The lurk presence eliminated will make the rotations, you know, eliminated quickly, will make the rotations a lot easier. Adam going to get that nade down onto the planter. Has to win this fight. He does so. Big damage coming in as well off the back of that nade. The fade away from Connor on the Glock. Deal with him quickly before he finds any more. They will indeed get the trade in. 4v2. Soulcast up close. Molly going to come in to make life a bit easier. Solly. That's not very good, is it? Shaney as well going to get clapped. Defuse will come in easily enough. And the 11th round for Vexed on the board. Fairly decisively. A really good way to start the second half.
Yeah, really late rotation as well from Eccles. So Shaney was like, I'm going to wrap around. I'm going to try and get the backstab. And then all of a sudden, surprise, Eccles is there to meet you. And meet your maker you will. Pensioners, though, on the back foot. That does mean that Vex should be able to secure a few more accumulator rounds to this half. Of course, with them starting off with that pistol round win, that does apply a bit more pressure for Pensioners to maybe win one of these sort of miracle rounds with the pistols. We saw Vex take one away earlier in this game already, but Vex don't want to give them the opportunities. Adam already in their face, pushing down towards bottom banana, and just no respect whatsoever. Just pushing so unrelenting towards T. He's actually just going to flash on. Okay. I mean, I'm glad he got punished for it, because that's over-ambitious for sure. And all the damage that's been done to Vex makes things a little bit precarious, but it doesn't seem like Pensioners have too many chances until Soulcast does that.
I'll save my point for just a second, because that kill makes it slightly spicy. However, yeah, maybe a bit too hot in the kitchen. Out of the fire, into the frying pan for Pensioners, unfortunately. But yeah, the utility usage looking pretty good there. I'm not entirely sure. I think that second molly might have come in when they were a bit further down Banana. If they've managed to get that from, you know, a safe spot further up towards the CT side of Banana, Could be interesting. We saw how dominating things were with the utility from Fierce early on. I think that was the main thing that Endpoint, you know, fell flat against, was the utility, was that early chip damage and sometimes the kills coming in. So we'll see here how these two sides respond. Actually going to be really fast from Luzzer. Flashes through, goes 1 for 1. An AK, an upgrade for Adam, a pretty big upgrade, to be honest, from that MP5 to an AK. The MP9 you can make an argument for, but carrying an MP5 through is somewhat cheeky. Turning away from the flashes, however, he will get caught off guard. Soulcast going to drop him. Mezzi on the edge of things, gets spotted out. Smoke going to go down, keeping them at bay for now. Oh, the trade damage, though, through that smoke does so much. She actually takes out Soulcast, and Link's found one on the flanking side of things. So it's into a 2-on-2 out of nowhere. A 4-on-2, I think, is what we were looking at, and now Vexed have actually managed to pull it back. The only issue is the split defense. Mezzi low HP. Utility more likely than not going to come over the top, or are they going to go for the silent push? It looks like silence, and then the smoke comes in, making sure CT is covered. Giving the game away, one would have thought. Molotov going to go in, pushes Mezzi out into the open. He bests Shaney, will get taken out by Connor on the AWP, into the 1-on-1. Link is pretty far away, but he has a full belt of utility, kit and all the trimmings, as Bardolph would say. And Connor in at new box. Is he going to be expecting this banana push relatively quickly, to be honest, for like an A rotator position? He's here quite fast. He will check across. He will move across. Scoped in on the angle. Timing once again going to be everything. I believe that's a Molotov to come over the top to force him out the side. He gets dinked through the wall. He misses a second shot and he burns down. Vex will get the 13th. It's a 1v1. It's so very close as it could have gotten for Pensioners. And yet Vex come out on top. They edge ever closer to this scoreline, the victory that they are looking for.
Yeah, that's really well done from Link. He thought things would be a bit awkward moving into the site, especially because he had all that utility, but because it's a one-on-one, you don't want to be pulling out nades in that type of an instance. But he cleared out his angles. He made sure that it was relatively safe to do so. The Molotov secures the round for him because didn't feel too much pressure on the A bomb site. Instead, it was majority focused on towards B. Had there been a bit more presence made by Pensioners, maybe he doesn't have that utility to play with in the late round. But they get so close to taking their first T-side round, and instead Vex come away with it. Link with an opening frag to start things off. That's Jacob down. And although he's had a couple of really nice rounds for the Pensioners, has kind of fallen off since then. Had a triple and a quad kill for the Pensioners on the CT side of things. It's only 3 kills since then.
Got to be difficult to deal with a round like that for sure. Mezzi going to find another, looking to seal the deal within this round, and with the money available, I suppose the loss bonus should be fully stacked with that change to the way that it works at the turn and a half. So yeah, but all the same, it's tough for Pensioners. They need to get around on the board here. They need to get the ball rolling. Adam just spotting, and there it is. He spots him out. He backs away. He calls for some rotation. Smoke going to go down as well to keep them at bay. That one choke point that they can come through with no A control at all. Flash over the top, blinds up Adam, so stops him pulling off any shenanigans. A quick boost going to come in, though. Will they be expecting this? It looks like they are. Soulcast, though, he doesn't quite commit to it. Takes out the bomb, spins around, so he makes an easy frag for Adam, and perhaps an easy round. The molly going to go down onto the bomb as well. Will buy a lot of time for the CTs to move in aggressively here. Luzzer gets it down at the first orange, is not very open. Connor underneath the crosshair goes Eccles. Oh, Adam, okay, going for the knife. Let's tone it back a little bit. But all the same, Luzzer picks up 2. Too many men. Vex will get a 14th on the board, and they're looking very dominant here on the CT side. Again, you know, similar to that previous game, but I think for different reasons, the CT domination starts to come in, but Pensioners with very little structure falling very flat into the second half.
Yeah, and if they make that one round work, if they get that clutch right back on that T side, maybe they string some rounds together, but I mean, that was a shot that is missed, and so now it's a shot in the dark. Vexed are looking to secure and place themselves comfortably within that 3rd place, overcoming the likes of Pensioners, who, like we had said, were a bit of a style clash coming into this, but they've been missing a few of their important pieces of the puzzle. Adam will eliminate one of which is Connor.
I think that might have been a team flash as well. There's no flash, unless Adam might have flashed himself. Talking of flashes, another one going to come over the top. Cray gets one, but it's actually Soulcast coming out on top of things here. How has this happened? A 3 for 2 overall in favor of the Pensioners side. It allows the bomb plant in. The rotations as yet to come through. Mezzi on the AWP, not ideal. Link thinking there was a lurk presence is going to be very late indeed. And you know what? Yeah, I think indeed the save call made.
Yeah.
So Pensioners, they'll finally get one on the board. Better late than never. It could be the beginning of something wonderful for them, but we're still hedging our bets, I think, whether you're a fan of the team, that 12% or whatever it was, or not. Because it's still looking... Oh,
don't do it to them. No.
Does he have enough time? He doesn't quite have enough time. He actually could have gone for that, I think. They had booked it down banana very early.
That was about to give me a panic
they
attack,
are
man.
so fortunate that Mezzi's like, surely someone's still around.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, surely it's like a 4-on-2. Surely someone's sticking around. They're on the T side. Anybody? Oh, they've gone.
Yeah.
Well, I could have diffused, but whatever.
What's that meme with the guy just kind of looking around like, what's going on?
Yes, John Travolta from Pulp
that's
Fiction.
the one. That's the one.
Vincent Vega.
So that could have been a lot more dangerous. But I mean, that's Pensioner's first round win, and all catalyzed off of that double kill from Soulcast, looking to start things off in the same sort of field, same sort of idea. He gets the opening, but not quite able to track down the secondary player. For now, Pensioners will slow things down still in that default setup, giving the opportunity for Laza to maybe work a pick with the AWP, but they give up on it fairly quickly. Over towards A instead they go. The bomb's still trapped beyond the T steps, and although they've got this smoke down, they actually look to go back towards the B bomb site. Another mid-round call in respects to what Vex can maybe have pushed on that A side of the map, and maybe they've called this correct. Vex seemed to be somewhat hesitant to commit on towards the sites, instead playing more for a retake, more for this boost as well. Would allow for a fast rotating player towards the A site instead, but Pensioners are grouping up the execute coming in towards B.
Getting ahead of the smokes as well. Rookie errors. They're not ready for the boost either. They will actually manage to find Adam. Thankfully, he was on the MP9. It's a bit awkward, but a lot of damage done onto Connor. Again, not the most open of plants on this B-bomb site. Dink coming in through the wall onto Luzzer. He's left on 15 HP. Lot of low HP players across the board. Cray? How's he made that in and not actually been seen? Luzzer will trade him back, thank God, but Mezzi's holding this angle, waiting patiently. Luzzer creeping round, taking his time. He finds the shot. It's all onto Link in the 1v2. He spotted out that second player. Soulcast, though, takes the face, finds the 3K, and again, giving Pensioners a lifeline, stringing these rounds together. Looked a little shaky on the post plant, but the individuals stepping up, Luzzer and Soulcast doing everything for Pensioners to pick up their 7th.
Yeah, they're getting a high level of consistency from Soulcast in these rounds. The fact that he's getting multi-kills for them consistently now means that Pensioners have a little bit more breathing room for their other players to operate, a bit more space, so they don't have to be as panicked about finding those opening duels. They don't have to be as worried about maybe lining up a trade frag as well, because Soulcast seems to be feeling it. There's a bit of confidence kind of brimming from him. The fact that he even goes for that face in the 2 versus 1 is a bit of an ambitious play in its own right, but shows just how prepared he was for the fight. And oh dear, this is the stack from Vex. It does seem to get picked apart by the flashes, but the pistols are overwhelming this T side. Luzzer has to hightail it out of there. That's the ult potentially dropped if he doesn't escape, but he does get one on the retreat. But it's answered right back. Vex have tracked him down.
You find that first one, just run away. Why do you have to keep facing?
They'll have the man advantage moving into the bomb site, and although they don't have a kit, they've got some utility to play with. They've got an AWP as well.
It's doable.
Yeah.
It's suddenly doable. The one thing that Pensioners have got on their side is time, right? They have to be loud. They have to make a lot of noise. Shaney spots them all as well. Double spray down. Triple comes in from Shaney. Another individual has to step up from Pensioners to save the round, but they're not too bothered. They don't care how they win them, how scrappy, how close, how messy. They just care that they're winning. They'll get 3 in a row. And starting to look a bit better towards the tail end of this game.
And they dodged the bullet of losing to the full eco as well.
That's always yikes from me.
Don't usually give a yikes. All back in Mezzi's hands. Laza is trained on the angle. You talked about the T-side advantages that particular duel faces. Oh, they're boosted towards Boiler. They're unsuspecting. Jacob not even considering that as an option. Shaney now has to make sure that they don't push all the way through, but they have fallen back. And all the meanwhile, Mezzi has the angle trained in his sights. an early two-man advantage for Vex to work off of, and a situation in which Pensioners don't have that much space to really capitalize on as a result of losing those players.
Slash comes over the top. Not spotting anyone out though. Going to once again play around the utility, the timings. They've got 3 more smokes to play with, but they're going to go through this smoke. They're not too bothered. Flash comes over the top. Adam, however, is not blind at all. He'll pick up 2 clean kills to seal the deal in this round, maybe even in this game. Luzzer is holding the smoke, waiting for Adam to come through. Adam will indeed come through, and Adam is an easy pickup, but there's 2 more to find in close proximity. He's waiting, he's trying, he'll keep pressing the issue there, but Eccles will find him easily enough, and the 15th round comes in for Vex. That's the thing though, that boost sparks it all at Boiler, right? And with having such a lead, all you need is to find 1 round. Pull out something a bit different, find an early pick onto someone who's like, listen, he's not going to be here, I'm going to get aggressive. If he's at Boiler, I'll hear him come in. Not the case. And it all kind of crumbles from there, right? The domino effect in that round for sure. And Vex, like I say, they only need the 1. It looks good from Pensioners for 3 rounds, but they needed those 3 rounds earlier on in this second half. Too little, too late at the end of the day. 7 in a row required, and a very weak buy to start off the comeback.
And another forward-facing apps play in from Vexed over on the A side of the map. Eccles and Adam are lining up this flash as well. The flash timing is perfect. They're so blind, but Adam can't find a frag. Still, that's some information for Vex to work off of. They were unprepared. They're setting themselves up for an early side execute, and they're actually going in and from these off angles. The spray on all 4 of those players from Pensioners. This is likely it. Shaney, last man standing. CZ, now a AK recovered in hand, but Adam still finds him around the edge of the smoke because why not? 16-8 for Vex as they decisively take Inferno here in our last game of tonight.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a little more one-sided than I expected going into that. You know, Pensioners showed potential on their CT side. They did have some individuals, I think, that stepped up across the board. Soulcast looking really, really good in a lot of those rounds. Bailed them out on a number of occasions. The issue is, A, relying on the 1 individual to bail you out on multiple occasions, and also going into that T side, as we saw, the lack of structure ultimately was their demise, was their downfall, as it so often is for the Pensioners side.
And it looked good for the CT side in the fact that Jacob was having these sort of really crazy plays, right? Pushing through a smoke, he found opportunities to get a triple kill as well into the archers. Like, those were impactful frags because they pretty much single-handedly won those rounds in their own right. But after those moments, seemed to kind of fall off for the rest of the game. And so if you don't have somebody coming in to support, we saw it in the first in the game with Diabolus as well. The fact that, in Horus, in that Luke JM had such a great performance, but didn't have the support of his teammates. That same thing can be said to and applied to this game in that there were individuals that were stepping up in occasional moments, but the only one that was kind of consistently bringing that to the table did seem to be Soulcast, and he just didn't have that same level of consistency from his teammates.
Yeah, difficult, isn't it? And we talked about it across the board, right? Luzzer, for this squad, I think is someone that they sort of need to step up. There's nobody else that is as comfortable as he is, generally speaking, on the AWP, for sure. And I don't know. On that CT side, I think someone did rein him in. Someone, perhaps Shaney, a little bit more of a leading voice, told him to stop playing a little bit stupidly, honestly. But he kept taking a lot of wide faces and dying pretty early and costing his team rounds in places.
Yeah, it's like, how many times have we seen Messi pick him off at the start of the round with the AWP, right? So that's maybe where that comes from. The fact that try and try again as you will, but Messi still has your number.
Indeed, indeed. It was a really fun week. It was a really fun week, I think. Those first 2 games actually bringing it. And ultimately, you know, we'll see how things went. If you are just joining us at the tail end of the show, welcome. Go back and watch the first game particularly. I would say that first one was really, really close. Really, really exciting across the board. And then the final 2 where there's a bit more pressure, a bit more expectations. I feel like Endpoint particularly, Pensioners, you can kind of, we talked the lackadaisical kind of nature that they have, but Endpoint seemed to crumble under said pressure. 9 rounds in a row from Fierce, really making all the difference. And yeah, what more can you say? That is the gap, ultimately, at the end of, it's a little more than that, but you know, at the end of the day, it really made the difference. And it surprises me so much that Endpoint, it took so long to get their feet off the ground.
Yeah, just like a really slow start, but Fierce were just rearing and ready to go. It just made things so much more one-sided, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's interesting. We'll see how that affected the standings, though, of course. And there it is, the undefeated Fierce once again. Not quite the full-on lineup, but they are looking to do it again. One more week of regular play to go undefeated. Vexed now joining them, interestingly enough, I believe because of the overtime win that they have. Endpoint still have this game in hand, so there is definitely potential for them to, you know, snatch away that second spot. All to play for towards the top 3, and you never know, Fierce might fall next week, and then suddenly things get flipped on their head. Going to be really interesting to see, but it's that bottom end where things are starting to become a bit clearer, let's say.
Yeah, I think moving into the next week, it has to be Veloce that take up their secondary win, because that way they're in somewhat of a contentious spot between Diabolus, Wind and Range, provided they lose their games as well. But it is a situation of ifs, as opposed to it really being in your own control, right? Which a lot of these teams would have preferred, obviously. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. It is
indeed how the cookie crumbles. But, of course, we're going to take a quick little look at our highlight of the week and hopefully get a bit of a chance to talk over it as well and kind of break it down for you guys. This was the one that we chose. Now, the thing was today, we were kind of talking about this when we were selecting it. Not the craziest, flashiest clutches, but this one I think was so important for Veloce. It gave them that chance back into the game that they needed, and it was pretty nice, it was pretty clean, and as you said during the game, someone who often gets a little bit of stick for not quite fragging.
And exactly, someone you wouldn't expect to really pull up in a situation like that, because the odds are stacked against him, he has very minimal space to work with, and he still comes through with it. And although he didn't have too much impact on the rest of the game, he made the scoreline as close as it was. He gave them that opportunity to make it a close game by pulling big in that clutch. And although that's where the cards fall, 16-14. It's not exactly the best way to lose a game.
You do everything you can.
Exactly. And if you have players like that can perform in the clutch, albeit maybe not throughout the entire game, it can make all the difference. And so we thought it was a fairly impactful moment in terms of bringing the game as close as it was to start off our day.
Yeah, and it's kind of difficult. Maybe the Soulcast sort of 1v3 situation in pit there could have affected it, but we got to pick it ahead of time. So, you know, but of course, over at ESL UK, you can get voting. Do be sure to get on that at ESL UK. I believe pretty much that's going to bring us towards the end of things. We've got to take a look, just to point out to you guys, of course, we've been saying sort of naturally next week. Next week, we're not going to have a game day. Pro League is taking the spot, so it will be the week after that things come back. But let's take a quick look at the schedule for
a fortnight away.
2 weeks' time, yeah. So it will be that final game day, that final league play day before the playoffs are decided and, you know, teams start going that solid qualification spot that the first team achieves. But I think some interesting ones, the Vexed Endpoint one definitely sticks out to me. And then again, we've got those lower end teams facing off against each other, and that's where they start to decide. So there's relegation for the final game for Horus, and there's playoffs for Wind and Rain and Diabolus.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, just dodging out from even being in the talking point of being in relegation. I mean, if Horus come away with a win, that's going to be basically both teams seal the fate at the bottom of the league, right? So that would be kind of it'll be self-destructive, but at the same time, it's like, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
Yes, mutually assured destruction.
Exactly. That does seem like what's going to happen towards the end of the night, because Veloce will feel good about having that as their last matchup, of course. Horus not picking up a singular win, have had some pretty one-sided games so far. But again, it's one of those situations where they've not been the best performers, so you need to make sure you don't underestimate your opponents, whereas we have a lot more closer matchups throughout the first games of the night, in that it would be close battles all the way through, it seems.
Indeed. It's going to be very interesting. There's a lot of marks to be hit. You would be a fool to miss it. So 2 weeks' time, do be sure to be here on time. Of course, that's going to bring us pretty much to the end of things. We've got to give a shout out to those wonderful sponsors. You can see them behind me, of course. Intel, PaySafeCard, and AOC. Huge thanks to those. Wouldn't be able to do this without them, of course, you know. And obviously, a huge thank you to yourself, Yumi. It's been a wonderful evening. It's been great casting with you.
Yourself as well.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. The first 2 games really did deliver, and then some brilliant storylines being built towards the end of things. And of course, a huge thank you to the folks at home, you boys, for watching. Do be sure, and girls, I say it as an inclusive term, but got to make sure that, you know, I'm
Covering your
clear-cut.
bases.
Yeah, indeed. But that is going to be it from us. A huge thank you to you guys for watching. Do be sure 2 weeks' time to tune in for the final week of League Play. We will see you then.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
My God, that is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.